We're back. We're back, chat. Another day, another stream. I wanted to read this article. I know we already read an article about this, but it's pretty interesting. And also, I want to make a stream clip that revolves around this, or a full video, actually. And another article we read not too long ago. Whether the video does good or not, that's extremely up for debate, but, if I want to keep doing this YouTube shit, I got to put in a little more effort. Because, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Market obviously kind of looks like shit today. Even GameStop looks like shit. You've rejected 24 way too many times. So, wouldn't be surprised if it just sells off. But, is what it is. Wait, what happened to my article? I just lost it. Oh, there it is. We'll see what happens. The market is pretty whack right now. Pretty whack. But before we get into this, I guess let's go through some news while we wait for people to get in the stream. Damn. I can't believe that oil trade, man. Feels bad, feels bad. States expected to sue to block Trump's latest tariffs. Home sellers are relisting properties at fastest pace in decades, but spring supply is still low. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. As interest rates drop, I would expect more sellers to get back in the market. It still doesn't seem like there's huge buying demand, though. I don't know. I'm not, like, in the real estate industry. I just view it from afar. But it doesn't seem like there's a huge demand for real estate quite yet. I don't think interest rates are low enough. But, yeah. The next, like, year or two, who knows, maybe it'll work out. Berkshire Hathaway begins repurchasing shares. CEO Greg Abel buys $15 million in stock. Oh, this could be like a decent stream clip, huh? People like the Berkshire stuff, I think. Especially now that Warren's gone. I think there's a lot of interest in Berkshire and what's going to happen in the future. So I think I'm going to make a stream clip out of this. Berkshire Hathaway begins repurchasing shares. CEO Greg Abel buys $15 million in stock. Berkshire Hathaway said Thursday it has resumed repurchasing its own shares for the first time since 2024. And separately, new CEO Greg Abel bought $15 million worth of stock himself, an amount equal to his after-tax annual salary. Abel told CNBC he will continue using his full salary amount to purchase Berkshire shares every year. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. The Omaha, Nebraska-based conglomerate disclosed in a regulatory filing that it began buying back its Class A and Class B shares on Wednesday. Berkshire's stated policy allows the company to repurchase stock whenever the chief executive, after consultation with the chairman of the board, Warren Buffett, believes that the repurchase price is below Berkshire's intrinsic value, according to its annual report released over the weekend. And yeah, I do believe Berkshire is trading under its value right now. I don't know exactly where it's at. I haven't actually looked at it in a while, but I'm pretty sure it is under its actual value at this point. It's been selling off a little bit. I absolutely talked to Warren, Abel told CNBC on Thursday. So how I approached it was obviously looking at the value, having a view of intrinsic value, and then consulted with Warren relative to the value and the timing. Abel said that normally the company wouldn't disclose the start of repurchases. We felt it was important to communicate to our shareholders, our partners, our owners with the transition of leadership, he said. Abel, 62, took over for Buffett, 95, at the start of January. Shares of Berkshire have fallen 3% this year and 10% from their record high last May. The stock came under pressure earlier this week after the firm reported a near 30% decline in its operating earnings for the fourth quarter, due in large part to weakness in the insurance business. The last time Berkshire repurchased shares was the second quarter of 2024, and some investors since then have been clamoring for the company to deploy its $373.3 billion cash hoard in some way. Berkshire B shares added 1% in early trading Thursday following the news. Abel's personal buying. In a separate filing, Abel disclosed that he personally purchased $15 million worth of the conglomerate's stock. The transaction increased his personal stake in Berkshire at a time when some investors have questioned whether Buffett's successor has comparable, quote, skin in the game. Buffett owns about 37.5% of Berkshire Class A shares and has no intention of selling his stake aside from his charitable giving. He has previously said the conglomerate represents roughly 99.5% of his net worth. I mean, that other 0.5% is probably a massive amount, though. Warren Buffett's so rich. Absolute alignment with our shareholders, our partners, our owners is critical, Abel told CNBC. I already have some shares, but the goal was to continue to demonstrate alignment with them. As the CEO, I absolutely, obviously believe in Berkshire. With the transition from Warren, and I inherited a company that has an incredible foundation. Before the latest purchase, Abel, a longtime Berkshire executive who previously oversaw the company's non-insurance operations, owned $164.4 million worth of Berkshire stock. The CEO said he was committed to doing this every year with his after-tax salary for as long as he is leading Berkshire, which Abel said he hopes is 20 years. Abel has emphasized continuity with Buffett's investment philosophy since taking the helm. He used his first annual shareholder letter over the weekend to reassure investors that the conglomerate's culture of financial conservatism and disciplined investing will continue into perpetuity. While some investors were heartened to know Abel will continue to run the company using Buffett's principles, some were disappointed there were not more bold moves made out the gates by him. Wednesday's announcements may assuage those investors. CNBC Becky Quick asked Abel what Buffett and the board had to say about his salary reinvestment plan. Both were obviously very supported, said Abel. According to the CEO, they said this is so Berkshire. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a good idea. I don't know why you wouldn't repurchase shares with your own money to, show that you actually believe in the company and you want to see it succeed. And that's exactly what Ryan Cohen's doing with GameStop. Wouldn't you know it? Except Ryan Cohen doesn't take a salary. He's buying shares with his own money. Where's the chat? Where the hell's the chat, bro? I'm actually gonna put that together since nobody's here, I guess. I haven't uploaded a stream clip in a while besides the shorts, so might as well get that up. Iran war threatens 11.7 trillion global travel industry as passengers get caught in crossfire. DOJ plans to release new batch of Epstein files fairly soon. Nobody probably listened to it, but Chris Webby's new Raw Thoughts came out, and the video's kind of funny. Oh, I guess I could throw this into the stream clip, huh? I could throw this in there. Might as well make it a little longer, I suppose. Yo, where's the chat? Like, what the hell? New Berkshire Hathaway CEO still talks with Warren Buffett nearly every day. Berkshire Hathaway CEO Greg Abel said he still speaks with Warren Buffett nearly every day, underscoring the continued presence of the legendary investor at the sprawling conglomerate, even after handing over the top job at the start of the year. Buffett, who stepped down as CEO after more than 6 decades at the helm, remains chairman of the Omaha, Nebraska-based company and continues to come into the office regularly. He's in the office every day, so we're talking every day if I'm in Omaha. We're always connecting. If I'm traveling like I was yesterday, I often check in just to catch up on what he's seeing, what he's hearing, what am I feeling. So if it's not every day, it's every couple of days. Abel also acknowledged the challenge of stepping into Buffett's role as Berkshire's chief communicator to shareholders, particularly when writing his first annual letter to investors. The shoes to fill are tough on all fronts, but Warren is an exceptional communicator, Abel said. It was not easy. I've told Warren, listen, the responsibilities transferred are great, but as far as the work and the task I had to do, that was the toughest. Abel used the letter to shareholders to outline a clear framework of foundational values centered on financial strength and disciplined investing, vowing to preserve the blueprint Buffett carefully orchestrated since 1960s. Buffett offered little comfort. Abel added with a laugh. When we were discussing it, he said, the second letter doesn't get any easier. On investing, Abel said Berkshire is unlikely to move into cryptocurrencies, echoing Buffett's long-standing skepticism of the asset class. I don't think you'll see crypto. I just don't see it, Abel said. He left the door open to investments tied to technology, however. Yeah, they did just invest in Google. But, Google's one of the top 5 companies in the world, so it seems pretty obvious. What I do see is that when it comes to technology, even from an operational perspective, where we are seeing how we use it, the impact it is having, it does allow us to develop strong views and better knowledge base around certain companies that are technology companies and how we are using the technology. So technology will always be on the table, Abel said. Okay. What's up, Moose? I don't know where everyone is today. The chat is dead. Dead chat, apparently. Apparently the chat is dead. There's a few people here, but just no chat. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. I'm gonna throw together a stream clip real quick. What the fuck just happened? Oh, okay. Berkshire Hathaway. Holy shit. I have the volume up so much on that. Let me change that a little bit. Berkshire Hathaway. Berkshire Hathaway begins repurchasing shares. CEO Greg Abel buys $15 million in stock. Berkshire Hathaway said, I don't even think I should read the titles because they always just repeat the title in the article. Berkshire Hathaway said Thursday it has resumed repurchasing its own shares for the first time since 2024. And separately, new CEO Greg Abel bought $15 million worth of stock himself. I'm not gonna put that much effort in editing this either. New Berkshire Hathaway CEO Greg. Oh wait, I do gotta cut off the end here though. No, it said Gamestop doesn't, or Ryan Cohen doesn't take a salary. He's buying shares with his own money. Label said. Okie dokie then. Get that going. Got my sim set up last night. Hell yeah, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome. That's so cool. Now you're just gonna be practicing all the time. That's sick, though. How much do you think it costed in total to build it? Because it took you a while to get all the parts, if I remember correctly. That's awesome, though. I can't wait till the weather's nice, bro. I cannot wait to go golfing again. I can't wait to go sneak on the course and just chip my life away. It's so fun. So much fun. Launch monitor and cage are around 3,000 Canadian. Yeah, so like 2,200 American, somewhere around there. I think. It's about right. Probably like 2,300. Bunch of additional costs with accessories, so probably a few hundred more. That's not bad though. That's not bad because like some of those pre-built simulators are like 10-20 grand if I'm not mistaken. So that is not bad at all for just DIY. Have to build the hitting platform tomorrow night, but then good to go. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I love that. If you have Discord, you'll have to take a video and send it over or something. I would love to see it. UPS is always delayed. Well, it's probably the weather in Canada. I bet the weather in Canada is nasty. I'll shoot you a message. I think we're friends on Discord. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if you've ever added me. But it's just Roaring Quarry. Same as the channel. If you don't have me added. Oh, it's blocked. From the OG Discord. Yeah, I don't have that same one. This one's a new one. Someone's training Slayer. What the heck? Someone's playing RuneScape. Yeah, this is a different one, so I'm pretty sure I deleted the old one. I don't think that one exists anymore. So you'll have to add the new one. Where's the name? Let me see. I don't know how to pull it up, actually. Settings? I don't know. It's just Roaring Quarry. No space, no numbers, no nothing. I think my webcam's blocking it. Streamer mode enabled. For some reason it won't show, but it's just Roaring Quarry. No spaces, no numbers, no anything. Oh, yep. There you go. There you go. There you go. Maybe one day I'll make a server, but probably not. I don't know if I want to make a server. Once it's complete, I'll send a pic. Hell yeah. You should send a not. I mean, you don't have to have you in the video, but you should send a video of hitting a ball at it or something. That'd be cool. Just put the camera like showing the screen or something. Try to leave you out of it if you want. But yeah, I would love to see it. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna steal the title from CNBC. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna steal the title from them. Put it all in caps though. Hathaway begins repurchasing shares. Able buys 15 million worth of stock. And then I'll steal the tags from my other Berkshire video. And we'll be good to go, I believe. Whether this video will get views or not, I guess will yet to be seen, but it should. The last Berkshire video did okay. All right. Just wait for that to upload, I suppose. Was the last Costco earnings a full stream? I believe so. I don't remember, actually. Maybe not. Because I think that was around the time when I, like, kind of stopped streaming as much. And then I started getting into the earnings calls. That was a while ago. That was a while ago. Where is it? It's gotta be like right here somewhere. Oh no, it was an 8-hour stream. Holy shit. It was an 8-hour stream. Good lord. No, that was back when GameStop was like $26, pushing 30. That was the last time we streamed Costco. I must have deleted the last earnings, or maybe I didn't stream it or something, because I don't have that one. Because this one's all the way back in September, so October, November, December. Yeah, I must have deleted the last Costco stream or something. Maybe something happened during it or something. Not really sure. But the one back in September was 8 hours long, but it's because GameStop was going up, so we were probably just talking shit or something was happening. I do remember it though, around the time you did the Nike one too. Yeah. Yeah. The earning streams are okay. They're not bad. You get an interesting perspective on how people view the market. Very interesting perspectives out there. Very biased perspectives with no real like data or validity behind anything they say. And that's, that's the market, really. Just a lot of people talking shit. It's like that's majority of Wall Street. Oh wait, I need a thumbnail for this. That's my biggest thing about videos is thumbnails. I dislike thumbnails. Just gonna get a picture of Greg Abel or something. That is a weird wait, is that? Okay. I'll take this one. Might as well. That's not a terrible thumbnail. Just to steal real quick. So I don't have to put in too much effort. Where is everyone today, though? That's what I want to know. I mean, I guess I did start the stream a little bit earlier than normal, but where is everyone? Very odd. Alright. Let's see. Wendy's is hiring a chief tasting officer to eat its food and pays $100,000. What? 100 grand just to eat Wendy's, bro? The fast food chain posted the listing online, describing the position as a remote role with $100,000 salary and light travel, mostly to local Wendy's restaurants. Applicants are being asked to submit a video explaining why they should be chosen, with the company encouraging candidates to show off their tasting skills and creativity. That's crazy that all these fast food, after McDonald's did that video, all these fast food companies are all trying to get on that wave now. It's kind of interesting. Wendy's launches a $100,000 chief tasting officer role. According to the job listing, the position will involve tasting Wendy's food, creating content, and potentially appearing in advertisements. The listing states the chief tasting officer will help bring the vibes, taste, and creativity to the company in ways no one else can. It adds that the person selected could produce quarterly vlog check-ins, taste trending content, and other media centered around Wendy's menu items. That's wild, bro. I've actually considered fucking making a couple videos like that, but I just don't necessarily have the cash flow to go and buy fast food and like food in general all the time. But it would be like fun content to make if it could like pay for itself in some way. Maybe I'll try it with the big arch or whatever. I don't know. The listing also outlines the basic requirements for applicants, stating they must have a human mouth, a pulse, opinions, creativity, taste. Benefits listed on the page include getting paid to eat, a custom Wendy's chief tasting officer email signature, and a salary of $100,000. Applicants must upload a video explaining why they're fit for the role, with bonus points offered for including Wendy's branding, products, food, or restaurants in the submission. The application page also encourages candidates to demonstrate their tasting skills and personality in the video. Back in 2025, Burger King hired a Whopperologist to go around to BK restaurants and conduct a detailed assessment of the Whopper, focusing on consistency, flavor, and overall craftsmanship. Must have been worth it because just over a year later, the fast food giant revealed massive changes to the flagship burger. Interesting. Very interesting. You ever watch the kid who did the suit? Bro tried everything. Yeah, I forget his name. I forget the channel. I know who you're talking about, though. It's like the Daily Report or some shit like that. What is that guy? What is that channel's name? I know exactly who you're talking about. It's like, I think it's the Daily Report. No. I mean, I'll just put in Big Arch Taste Test. He'll probably pop up first. The Report of the Week, that's who it is. I wonder how many before I even like consider even doing this idea, I wonder how many people actually have made videos like that. Let's say this week. Go. Wait. You can't sort it by views anymore? That's dumb. Just gonna scroll. Just gonna scroll. See, there's actually not that many videos. That's weird. You didn't the... There's actually not that many videos of this, which is odd. I mean, a lot of them haven't even gotten views, though, so that's probably the reason why. Oh, there we go. If you don't put it in taste test, changes a lot. Holy shit, a lot of people have actually done this. Alright, maybe I'm gonna back out of this idea. I don't even like food like this. I think I'm gonna bail on this idea. There's a lot more videos than I thought there would be. Yeah, I'm bailing on this idea for sure. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I'm bailing on that idea. Bailing. I think it would be interesting to go to like local food places and review it. But something like McDonald's is too popular. I think if you did like local food places, you know, people are going to search for something like that potentially. Whereas, you know, everyone in the world is going to review something from McDonald's. It's just kind of how it goes, I feel like. Oh, I put Greg Abeck. Whoops, Greg Abel. There we go. Apparently I don't know how to spell. Wait, does his name have 2 B's? Looks like it only has 1. How come all my tags have 2 B's? Apparently I didn't know what I was doing when I was doing this. Wait, what is that? Add a quiz? Make your videos more interactive with quizzes. That's a stupid feature, YouTube. That is a dumb feature. I feel like that's a pretty dumb feature. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's a dumb feature. Who's gonna take a... Oh, I should have... Whatever. Whatever. We'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. Alright. Deadliest Catch star's mother begs network not to air footage of his death. Yeah, I guess this guy died on the show. Crazy. Deadliest Catch star Todd Meadows died in an accident while filming the 22nd season of the Discovery series, and his mother has asked the network not to air any footage of the death. Meadows worked as a deckhand on the Aleutian Lady, one of the fishing ships that Discovery films on for the binge-worthy reality series, which has been on air since 2005. I mean, this would probably be a good stream clip, but I just don't know if, like, morally I could make a stream clip about this. Seems kind of wrong. Seems kind of wrong to make a stream clip about this. Yeah. Wait, there's footage of it on YouTube? No, okay, I think that was fake, okay. Yeah, I'm not making a stream clip about that. Seems wrong. Seems wrong to make a stream clip about that anyway. Anyway, the 25-year-old fell overboard while crab fishing in the Bering Sea, 150 miles north of the Dutch Harbor, Alaska. A spokesperson for the Coast Guard's Arctic District told CBS he was recovered unresponsive by the crew approximately 10 minutes later. Meadows' family are heartbroken over the accident. His mother has issued a plea to Warner Bros. Discovery asking them not to air the footage of her son's death. Todd Meadows' mother doesn't want the network to profit from his death. Angela Meadows spoke to TMZ about the loss of her son and asked the producers behind Deadliest Catch not to include footage of the accident in the upcoming season of the show. We don't want to see any footage from the accident and do not want Discovery to air any of that footage or make money off our son's death. We hope they only air good things of Todd on that boat, she said. Her comments come shortly after Meadows' bunkmate Trey John Green III confirmed the show was filming at the time of the accident. Discovery is done filming, but there was a producer and a deck cam guy on the boat for the past 2 months filming for season 22 of the show. It was filmed, unfortunately. There's a deck cam as well that records 24/7 everything, and it caught everything from the incident as well. Discovery has not publicly confirmed what it will do with the footage, but a spokesperson said in a statement, "We are deeply saddened by the tragic passing of Todd Meadows. This is a devastating loss, and our hearts are with the loved ones, his crewmates, and the entire fishing community during the incredibly difficult time. A fundraiser has been set up for the Meadows family, and the description says it helps to support his 3 boys, assist with funeral expenses, and help ease the financial burden in the months ahead. At the time of writing, it has raised over $47,000 in donations." That's sad. Epic Games sues contractor who ran a secret Fortnite leak account for clout. Burger King president confirms another big menu upgrade after Whopper revamp. Yeah, I wanted to read this. Tech YouTuber Marquise Brownlee says Apple's new MacBook Neo likely isn't the laptop most tech enthusiasts should be buying. Apple revealed the MacBook Neo as a lower-cost entry point to the Mac lineup on March 4th. Designed for users who primarily need a laptop for everyday tasks like browsing the web, email, and light productivity. In a hands-on video discussing the budget-focused Mac, Brownlee explained that the device is aimed at basic everyday computing rather than the types of workloads many tech fans care about. This is like a super basic computer. If you're looking at this and thinking, I wonder if this has enough RAM for what I'm trying to do, this probably already isn't for you, he said. Yeah, that's a good point. It is a cool computer, though. It's basically just a phone inside of a laptop with the Mac OS interface. MK says MacBook Neo isn't meant for tech enthusiasts. Marquise made it clear that the laptop's intended audience likely doesn't overlap much with people who regularly watch tech review channels. If you're thinking, I wonder why they're, USB Type-C ports and not Thunderbolt, it's probably not for you, he explained. You're watching an MKBHD video on the day that it was uploaded because you're subscribed to a tech channel on YouTube. This probably isn't the computer for you. Instead, Brownlee said the MacBook Neo appears better suited for everyday computer tasks that don't require much processing power. He said, but I think in general there are a lot of tasks that regular people do on regular computers that clearly don't require a ton of power. Web browsing, emailing, shopping, spreadsheet type stuff, right? After briefly using the device, Brownlee said it seemed capable of handling those types of tasks without issue. And before I've done any testing, just messing around on this thing for a few minutes, it seems like it would be totally fine for that. I would not expect to edit videos or do anything really intensive on this. That'd be kind of crazy, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it could handle some light photo editing, some multitasking, and just, generally be a solid computer. Think of it like a Chromebook, but the Apple one. It's like a Safari book, basically. I mean, I think that computer looks decent. My question would be, could you stream on it? Because you can stream on your phone relatively easy. Could, you plug in a webcam and plug in a microphone and stream on it? That'd be like my ultimate question. Streamer Vitaly claims he lost $400K as lawyers scammed him over prison time. Marathon superfan celebrates release by painting their entire car. Highguard boss admits it released without content because they ran out of time and money. Logan Paul says he's going to sue people that call him a scammer. Logan Paul said he is looking forward to dealing with people who call him a scammer through legal action, as there are false narratives about him online. The end of October, the 2-year-long lawsuit against Logan Paul and his CryptoZoo NFTs were dismissed by courts. The lawsuit, which was initially filed in 23, accused the project of being a scam, despite Logan offering to refund investors. YouTube star said he set aside close to $2 million to buy back eggs from CryptoZoo. The refund sparked a back and forth between Logan and YouTube CoffeeZilla, with the impulsive host even filing his own lawsuit against CoffeeZilla for his coverage of the alleged scam. Trial date has been set for April in that case. After the lawsuit was dismissed, Logan stated that he had an uphill battle on the legal front to come, but he is open to seeing anyone who labels him a scammer in court. Oh, man. During his appearance on the Iced Coffee Hour podcast, Paul stated that he's looking forward to seeing critics in court. Any inclination that I'm a scammer is patently false, and unfortunately, I'm in a position where the only way to prove it is the courtroom, which I intend to do sooner rather than later, and I'm looking forward to it. Online, a lot of false narratives can be spun up, and unfortunately, people believe them. There's a misconception that if your business fails, then you had bad intentions to begin with. People can make tons of videos about you to enrich themselves and get attention. Bro, God bless that. God bless you, get that bread, but when you lie over and over again, video after video, time and time again, and you know you're lying, eventually you may find yourself being held accountable in a court. People will believe anything that makes their reality make sense. The truth is no longer important or objective. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's decent evidence, but I guess we can't talk about Logan Paul anymore. I can't. I can't be going to court with Logan Paul. Viral 13-year-old streamer is thriving on YouTube after Twitch ban. I wish I was a thriving streamer. I wish I was a thriving streamer. There's days I'm like, I don't even know if I can keep doing this. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. iShowSpeed wants to stream One Piece Hunt after creator drops truth in the ocean. McDonald's CEO taste test sparks fast food burger battle as rivals respond with parody videos. They don't have the video? I want to see the videos. Even the A&W CEO made a video. This is the Wendy's one? This got a video. Oh, nice. Let's check this out.
Fresh, never frozen beef. Our Applewood smoked bacon.
Fresh, frozen, or never frozen beef. All, I don't know the song. All 2 white, all meat patties on a sesame. Isn't that? I don't know. Anyway.
These fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill. Amazing, absolutely wonderful. That's a burger.
It's such funny,
This is
bro.
exactly the way a great hamburger should be. You got to top it off with a fries and Frosty.
Oh yeah, dip your fries in a Frosty. That's not absolutely
Excellent.
Disgusting or anything. Why do people do that? Why do people dip their fries in Frosties? I feel like that's so nasty. I want to see this video. Can I watch it? I gotta have Instagram to watch it. That's lame. I wanted to watch those ones. Maybe they're on YouTube or something. I want to see, actually. Someone had to have made a video about those or something. How come I can watch it? Oh, that one's on Twitter. That's why. I'll just type in Burger CEO taste test. Wait, I meant to say Burger King. No thanks. No thanks. I guess we're not watching those. Sweet and salty, tastes good. I guess, I don't know. It's just a weird, to me that seems weird. Dipping dipping fries in ice cream. Aston Martin F1 car can't finish first race of the year. It'll cause nerve damage to drivers. What? The new F1 season begins this weekend with the Australian Grand Prix, but Fernando Alonso and the Aston Martin team are unlikely to even finish the race as their car has major issues. Every year, Formula One teams make tweaks to their cars in order to get ahead, but there are brand new regulations for 2026. While some teams have reportedly got a big advantage, it appears as if Aston Martin have made some serious mistakes along the way. It's so bad, in fact, that the drivers risk damaging their health, and even the top bosses have admitted their car will not be able to complete more than half of the upcoming race in Melbourne. 25-lap maximum for Aston Martin. While testing their car in Bahrain last month, the team noticed a number of issues, most notably with the Honda power unit and the chassis they installed. The first year Aston Martin's partnership with the Japanese manufacturer. Turns out the car suffers with extreme vibrations that could have major long-term health issues for anyone driving the car for extended periods of time. Ahead of the race this weekend, Aston Martin chief Adrian Newey and Honda executive Koji Watanabe held a press conference during which they openly discussed the problem. Newey outlined the fact that the safety of the drivers is at risk, saying Fernando is of the feeling that he can't do more than 25 laps consecutively before he will risk permanent nerve damage to his hands. Lance Stroll is of the opinion that he can't do more than 15 laps before that threshold. We're going to have to be very heavily restricted on how many laps we do in the race until we get on top of the source of the vibration and improve the vibration of the source. Not only is the fault causing discomfort for the drivers, but it's also preventing the car from hitting its full power capacity. So not only is the Aston Martin car unable to drive for long, but it also can't drive as fast as its rivals. That's weird. Fernando Alonso feels like he's being electrocuted. If you're thinking a bit of vibration surely isn't enough to prevent the Aston Martin team from completing a race, Stroll had a worrying comparison to put it all into perspective. He said, I guess just like electrocute yourself in a chair or something like that, and it's not far off. It's a very uncomfortable vibration. It's bad for the engine. It's also bad for the human inside the car. We need to just get on top of it, but I think we will. Meanwhile, Alonso added the driver, we feel those as well, and feel a little bit numb to the fingers and feet as well because of the low frequency all the time in the car. At the moment in time, Wannabe has been unable to put a timeline on when Honda can fix the issue. In fact, they haven't even been able to figure out what's causing the problem. All eyes will be on the Aston Martin this weekend. Then, although they probably rather no one was watching, what is sure to be a very difficult race. Well, that sucks. You're weird if you don't dip your fries in the Frosty? Well, I don't eat fast food because fast food's trash, so I definitely don't dip my fries in a Frosty. But I've never seen you before, so I don't know why your first comment in my chat is a negative one. You could just say hi or say something. I don't know why you gotta That's your first comment ever in my chat. That's a little weird, bro. It's a little weird. I think you're the weird one. NBA star who hasn't been injured in 364 games gets injured taking a nap. That's interesting. I don't really want to read about that, but that's weird. Anything else? I think we read all the other news yesterday. One Piece fan gets serious about treasure hunt with 96,000 per day plan. Yeah, I guess this is a weird piece of news. Fans are already trying to retrieve the secret of the One Piece, even working out how much the operations will cost. March 3rd, 2026 marked an absolutely massive moment for the One Piece community. After nearly 30 years, creator Eiichiro Oda wrote down the secret to One Piece, sealed it in a chest, and dropped it in the ocean. Many fans have compared the moment to the start of a real-life Great Pirate era. In a short time, some have even begun trying to figure out where the treasure might be located, with popular streamer IShowSpeed teasing plans to stream himself attempting to find it. But would it actually take to retrieve something that's roughly 600 meters below the ocean? An X account that goes by the name OP Hunter TV has done the math, revealed a full plan. Fans estimate the cost to retrieve the One Piece secret in real life. Based on their post on X, the estimated daily cost to retrieve the One Piece would be around 15 million yuan, or roughly 96,000 USD. This estimated figure accounts for the charter fees for a Japan agency for marine earth science and technology research vessel and Shinkei 6500. It also covers crew support and other operational expenses. Explaining the reasoning behind the estimate, they noted, the submersible cannot be rented independently. It must be chartered together with a Gamestop launch/support vessel. Looking at the breakdown, they shared the operational rate for the vessel, and the Shinkei 6500 alone comes at 11.2 million yuan, 75,000. On top of that, running the submersible system itself could cost around 1.9 million yuan, about 13,000. The plan would also require a support crew of 5 specialists, with each member estimated to cost around 35,000 yuan, roughly 235 USD, depending on their role. The official terms also state the additional charges may apply for things like fuel, port fees, insurance, operational support, navigation outside standard routes, equipment operation expenses, and taxes, although the cost put the estimate around 15 million yuan. The cost of an operation like this runs easily to tens of millions of yen per... Oh, it's yen, not yuan. My bad. Per campaign. But it sometimes truly lies 650 meters below Sagami Bay, it's not unreachable, and we're willing to go take a look, they wrote. The One Piece Hunter account consists of a team of passionate fans, and their goal is to use every possible resource to be the first to find the treasure. In their latest update, they wrote they had a contacted Japan agency for marine earth science and technology via its website, and now waiting for an answer. Interesting. Come on. Why isn't this website loading? There we go. Anything else? Rockstar takes action after PS5 players access GTA 6 early? What? Rockstar Games has stepped in after a bizarre PS5 glitch made it appear as though some players were already playing Grand Theft Auto 6 months before its launch. Screenshots began circulating on social media showing PSN profiles listing GTA 6 under their recently played tab, sparking speculation that a handful of players had somehow gained early access to the highly anticipated game. However, the reality turned out to be far less exciting. Confusion started when GTA 6 title IDs appeared in Sony's PlayStation Store database, a normal back-end step that often happens before pre-orders go live. What's up, Muma? How you doing, bro? This sparked much speculation about Rockstar releasing a third Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer, along with pre-orders, but at the time of writing, nothing has been revealed just yet. However, once those IDs were discovered, tech-savvy fans quickly figured out they could manipulate the system to make their PSN profiles display Grand Theft Auto 6 as a recently played game. Okay, so it's just... Okay. I thought that would have been a wild glitch if that was actually a thing. That would have been a wild glitch. I feel like I didn't see all this news yesterday. Maybe it all came out after hours. $5 million in crypto gets stolen again after authorities make huge mistake during bust. Oreo Puffs unveils special mini fridge that dispenses milk straight into your cereal. What a quality piece of equipment right there. It's so difficult to pour milk yourself. So difficult to pour milk yourself. You got to get whatever the hell that thing is. Bandai Namco announces new RPG. Bandai Namco has announced a brand new RPG, with the mystery project being revealed during a dedicated video presentation. The publisher announced the reveal on March 3rd, with a presentation coming at 3 p.m. Pacific Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, on March 5th. Bandai Namco also shared a short teaser with the first glimpse of the setting. A brief 20-second clip shows a peaceful fantasy landscape, with a character walking through a grassy environment with a sword and shield on their back. A large tower can also be seen in the distance, with the post stating, "A serenity soon to be disturbed." Bandai Namco has not confirmed any additional details about the project, including its title, platforms, or release window. However, that hasn't stopped fans from speculating about what the mystery RPG could be. Fans convinced new Seiyo or Tales game in the works. Some viewers believe the teaser could be linked to the Sword of Art Online franchise, pointing to similarities between the tower shown in the clip and the massive structure featured in the series. Might be going crazy, but the tower-like structure in the first scene looks like the towers from Aincrad in Sword of Art Online. Will we finally get the fabled SAO RPG? That's actually a great game, one fan wrote. Others think the reveal could mark the return of long-running Tales series, which last received a mainline entry with the Tales of Arise in 2021. Most likely the next Tales of, considering the simple texturing of the character model and the very anime heater shield. Bandai Namco Studios has stated they're also working on a proprietary engine, and such game could mark the engine's debut. For now, Bandai Namco is keeping the project under wraps, but the reveal scheduled for March 5th, fans won't have to wait for long. That's interesting. What is it? Music. No music! Oh, that's it? Okay. That wasn't very exciting. That wasn't very exciting. Costco earnings is my favorite earnings. Great company. I agree. Costco is a great company. And it's like a very relevant company to the overall economy, I would say. Anything else to read about here? McDonald's launching Crocs keychain toys and new basketball Happy Meal. A lot of McDonald's news lately. Twitch mod jailed for stalking streamer, arrested for stalking her again. Okay. Alright, the rest of the stuff we read. Because, yeah, we read the Better Call Saul thing. Working on it, got the sim running. VR golf. Let's see. U.S. federal contractor's son arrested in $46 million theft of seized government crypto. John DeGotti, an alleged U.S. government contractor accused of stealing more than $46 million in cryptocurrency from the U.S. Marshal Service, was arrested last night on the island of St. Martin in coordinated operations between FBI and French authorities. Thanks to the International Cooperation Team, Serious Crime Unit of French Gendarmerie, I don't know how to say that. FBI will continue. Blah. The case centers on allegations that DeGuide, identified online by blockchain investigator Zach XBT as Lick, exploited insider access to siphon digital assets from government-linked wallets. DeGuide demonstrated the ability to move millions of dollars in real time during a dispute recorded in a private Telegram chat. Subsequent on-chain analysis linked those wallets to addresses known to hold government-seized assets. Okay. Lego rumored to be releasing a $260 Pokeball display set this summer. Reliable Lego leaker Brick Clicker has revealed claims that alongside the SpongeBob franchise returning to the realm of plastic bricks and a Dragon Ball Shenron build in 2026, we're also due to see an enormous new Pokemon set based around a Pokeball that opens up to reveal a diorama inside. Learned last year that LEGO managed to reclaim the enormously valuable Pokemon license from Mega Bloks. Like bills being made, but pretty tough to see the quadrupling price. Lego thinks someone needs to be over 18 to attempt larger sets. Does he have like pictures or anything, or is he just talking about it?
Hello, guys.
Good lord, chill. I don't know. Just talking about it. Okay. Pack it up, everyone. Trump ruined the Pokapia meme. What? What? Trump administration's full of people with zero creative bones in their bodies who predictably latch onto pop culture moments to spread their fascist ideals in the most low-effort ways possible. Sometimes this social media strategy just ends up ruining everyone else's fun by making something that is funny as first kind of cringe. Trump's social media manager ruined the Pokemon Pokapia text meme. Pixel Frame created a font generator that makes any phrase you type into appear like Pokapia colorful logo, complete with a screenshot of the game in the background so it looks like it's part of a legitimate overlay. Some people used to make fun jokes, while others used to spread awareness of causes they believe in, because jumping on a trend can be a good way to get some social traffic for things you care about. Then somebody at the White House used it as uncreative as possible, making it say "Make America Great Again," Posted on their social channel. Oh, man. That's actually pretty funny, though. Hate all you want. That's actually pretty funny. Let's see. Sims 4 chooses terrible time to roll out paid mods. Trump White House uses Call of Duty Modern Warfare kill streak to celebrate killing people in Iran. What? Bro, that's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up, bro. That's actually fucked up, bro. Bro, I don't want to laugh at that, but that's kind of, I mean, it's fucked up, but it's kind of funny, bro, how savage the White House Twitter is. How savage is the White House Twitter, bro? No shot, bro. Yeah, fucking, bro. No. No. This is fucked, bro. Holy shit, bro. That's actually insanity, bro. That's actual insanity, bro. Nah, bro. That's so fucked, dude. That is so fucked up, bro. I don't know why it's so funny, though. It's so fucked up, but so funny. America! America, baby! America! Wow. Wow. Apparently, you're supposed to be following the White House Twitter, bro. You gotta be following the White House Twitter. They fucking post some fire memes. They posting the most fire memes out there. Holy shit. I gotta watch it again. That was so funny. I gotta watch it again. I like the song too, even though I can't play the song on stream. They just got the fucking most hype music playing as they're just bombing shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? What the fuck is this, bro? What actually is this? Holy shit. Wow. Actually insane, bro. Actually insane. Like, the music, bro. I wish I could play the music on stream because the music makes it that much better. God bless America, baby. God bless America. God bless America, bro. Wow. Wow. I gotta read this article. 4 days after the United States joined Israel in airstrikes against Iran that killed hundreds, the official White House Twitter account posted a video that features a kill streak animation from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. This is the latest example of President Donald Trump and his administration using gamer memes and culture in official government-produced and promoted videos. On March 4th, the official White House Twitter account posted a roughly 1-minute long video featuring numerous clips of real military strikes against different Iranian locations and targets. And the very start of the video is a clip from 2023's Modern Warfare 3 that shows a player activating an MGB kill streak. This is a hidden kill streak for players who get 30 kills without dying. Once called "The Bomb Ends the Match." The official video was posted with captions courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Kotaku has contacted the White House and Call of Duty publishers Activision, as well as the parent companies of Xbox about the official video, but didn't hear back before the publication. The White House video featuring a COD kill streak animation in this context is particularly heinous, as the ongoing strikes against Iran have killed hundreds of civilians, including many children, who died on the first day of the strikes after a missile hit Shajara Tayyibeh Girls Elementary School in Iran on February 28th. Neither the United States nor Israel has taken responsibility for the attack. All that I know is that we're investigating that, said Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Of course, we never target civilians, but we're taking a look at investigating that. This isn't the first time Trump and his administration have used video games in official government content. In September 2025, the Department of Homeland Security posted a video showing various armed ICE and Border Patrol thugs arresting and detaining people with music from Pokemon in the background. That was a funny video, too. The very next month, DHS posted an image from Halo featuring the Master Chief driving a Warhog, with captioning "Finishing the fight and destroy the flood," likening immigrants to the parasitic aliens of the sci-fi franchise. The same month, the White House Twitter account posted an AI-generated image of Trump, who is currently dealing with a big gross red rash wearing the Master Chief's famous green armored suit. DHS will reach people where they are with content on Lord of the Rings or any other medium, as DHS spokesperson told former Kotaku editor Alyssa Mercanti in October 2025. DHS remains laser-focused on bringing awareness to the flood of the crime that criminal illegal aliens have inflicted on our country. We aren't slowing down. In an interview with GameFiles, Halo co-creator Marcus Lato called the post absolutely abhorrent and added, "It really makes me sick seeing Halo co-opted like this." Wow. Is it fucked up that I want to watch that video again? Is it fucked up that I want to watch it again? Oh, man. Wow. That's ridiculous, bro. Like, for real, what timeline do we live on, bro? Like, what world do we live on where the White House is posting memes like that? The official White House fucking Twitter is posting a meme like that. Just making a joke about fucking killing a bunch of people. Like, that's... We live in a crazy world, bro. We live in a crazy world. We live in a wild world right now. Crazy stuff. Adding the plus 100 for the strikes as a little cherry on top. I'm gonna have to go make burner accounts to keep retweeting it. Jared, what's up, Jared? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Jared? Good lord, bro. Wow. Wow. Holy shit, man. I wish somebody would clip me laughing at that video, because, you know, people would hate on me just for laughing at that video. I'd get shit on just for laughing at that video. Good thing getting canceled's not really a real thing. What is this? BMW's i3 prototype conquers the ice with power and technology. What about why is the ice relevant? Oh, really? Got the chance to test that out. Got behind the wheel of what will be the first i3. All-wheel drive helps with acceleration, but it's braking where the NU Class A's technology really shines. Thanks to having more finesse over the controls of its two electric motos, the Neo Class A can rely far more on recuperative braking and far less on physical braking. This makes it ultra smooth, calm stopping, even when driving on glare ice. Oh wow, that's actually I actually never thought about that. That's actually a really good point. Anthropic's reportedly back in talks with the Defense Department. White House doing crypto pump and dump, shit posting memes. America. America, baby. America. Big tech companies agree to not ruin your electric bill with AI data centers. Isn't most electric thing? I feel like most electric bills have already doubled because of that in areas where there are data centers. So not a very good promise. Not a very good promise. Nothing there. Marathon's already the top-selling new game on Steam, dethroning Resident Evil Requiem. Wow, that's actually pretty wild. But it's because, you know, Resident Evil Requiem's just a short single-player game. Is Marathon free? I think it's like $30, isn't it? 40. Big Tech makes White House pledge to stump up the increased energy costs of AI. Wait, what was this? Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon. Was this a thing? What is this? Signed a pledge at the White House yesterday, dubbed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. The move reflects concerns in the U.S. that proliferation of AI data centers driven largely by AI is driving up the cost of electricity for homeowners. Trump is calling on the leading United States hyperscalers and AI companies to build, bring, or buy all of the energy needed for building and operating data centers, paying the full cost of their energy and infrastructure no matter what. This means that the tech companies and the data centers will be able to get the electricity they need, all without driving up electricity costs for consumers, Trump said. This is a historic win for countless American families. We'll also make our electricity grid stronger and more resilient than ever. Pledge commits participating tech companies to pay for new or expanded power plant capacity and also to sign up for special rates for power supplies. The pledge includes a commitment by technology companies to bring or buy electricity supplies for their data centers, either from new power plants or existing plants with expanded output capacity. It also includes commitments from big tech to pay for upgrades to power delivery systems and to enter special electricity rate agreements with utilities. Notably, this includes tech companies paying those rates even if they don't actually use the power. This will protect the American people from increased utility bills as a result of the development of data centers. Meta, for one, is bigging up its role in energy supply and use. We pay the full cost of our data centers' energy and water use so they aren't passed on to consumers and fund new and upgraded infrastructure. In terms of the other signatures were at the White House event, Oracle, XAI, and OpenAI are reported to have been in attendance. but the White House release didn't include a full list. It's also not clear what legal authority the, quote, pledge carries. The president says the Ratepayer Protection Pledge and the commitments embodied therein effectuate the national policy of the United States by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution of the laws of the U.S. However, the proclamation cites no specific statute or constitution provision as a source of authority. As things stand, then it is hard to say what mechanism could be used to enforce signatories to meet their pledge commitments. It's worth noting that a presidential proclamation is not the same as an executive order. The latter essentially instructs federal agencies, departments, and officials on how to implement policy or interpret law, has much clearer legal authority though it's still bounded by the Constitution. That said, by the way of example, Trump has used both executive orders and proclamations to implement tariff policies. It's just the particular proclamation is particularly thin when it comes to laying out its legal and constitutional standing. We'll have to wait and see if this amounts to genuine actions by the tech firms in question. There's perhaps as more political positioning as the U.S. midterms approach. One of the largest hacker forums in the world has been seized by the U.S. DOJ. Leakbase, a forum for global hackers with over hundreds of thousands of members, has been seized by the Department of Justice. Forum had an enormously and continuously updated archive of hacked databases, including many from high-profile attacks, including hundreds of millions of account credentials. Claims the site had over 142,000 members and over 215,000 messages. It reports that Leakbase was used to sell information from stolen databases, and that information could include passwords, usernames, and even credit card numbers. On March 34th, law enforcement agencies from 14 countries made synchronized actions against the site, and the data from it has been seized. From here, law enforcement has conducted arrests, interviews, and used search warrants in the United States, Australia, Belgium, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Spain, and UK. Notably, Leakbase operated on open web, which is to say one could get access for free without special software or tools. Now when one tries to access Leakbase, they are met with a message stating it has been seized, and all forum content, including users, account posts, credit details, private messages, and IP logs, have been secured and preserved for evidentiary purposes. Attempts to access, alter, or interfere with this site may result in additional criminal offenses. All right. EV charging has been going down in Minnesota for supercharging. I don't know, unusual. That is pretty interesting. I mean, people are probably... I'd imagine most, like, EV had that little wave, and, like, maybe it's declining. Maybe less people are using EVs. Maybe less people are supercharging. Maybe they're just charging at home. I don't know. That is kind of weird, huh? I mean, let's see if Tesla prices are down. That'd be a good indicator of something. Where's pre-owned? Yeah, I feel like, well, it's just that one that's cheap. These are all the same. So the prices for the cars aren't down. It also could probably be like a geographic thing as well. Maybe it's certain states get cheaper rates at different times, and there could be a lot that goes into that, I would imagine. Alright, I don't think there's any more news to really talk about. We've gone through pretty much everything. I mean, I've read more news than I normally do. U.S. government reportedly debating whether to force Tencent to give up its U.S.-based game holdings. I don't really want to read that. I've read a lot already. Resident Evil Requiem's first sexy Leon mod hit Nexus mods just 4 days, 11 hours, and 23 minutes after launch. Oh yeah. Shirtless Leon. Fire. You can only imagine how disgusting the ones for Grace are. GameStop's kind of getting clapped today, huh? Kind of getting clapped. I mean, the market in general's getting clapped. Bear market, I guess? I don't know. Guess the bounce back didn't mean much. I guess it is bearish. I guess it is bearish. Industrials, materials, and healthcare, consumer staples leading the way down. Those are all down a lot. Maybe it is bearish. 53-cent kilowatt down to 20 cents a kilowatt. I never supercharged, but noticed that yesterday. How much does it... how many kilowatts do you need to like a full charge? And how far does a full charge, or how many miles is a full charge? Like 300, I'd imagine. Export prices are up. Import prices are up. Well, month over month. Jobless claims. Flat. Down a little bit, but basically flat. What are these? First actual number of unemployed and currently receiving unemployed benefits. So down a little bit, I guess. Export prices still up year over year. Import prices are down a tiny bit year over year. Mortgage rates 6% on the dot. Fed balance sheet still kind of increasing. Okay. You got some insider buys for American Bitcoin Corp. What's that? What's that? Whoops. Apparently I didn't see the ticker. ABCT. Or ABTC. There it is. Damn, this is down 99% over the past 5 years. Holy. Show me the chart of this piece of shit. Wow. That could be a 1 billion? Huh. What is this? This could be an interesting crypto play. I've seen stocks like this before, but you know, I don't know. It would only be interesting if crypto is gonna make a comeback. Lost 21 million. Gain from settlement, Bitcoin notes, unrealized gains, digital asset revenue, purchase of mining equipment, refundable deposit. So I don't know why they're losing so much. Various reasons. Let's see. Oh yeah, why? That's $1 billion market cap, and they got like no assets. Yeah, okay, never mind. Forget what I said. That shit's dog shit. Why is there an insider buy on that? Insider buy on Duolingo. Sup, Ruben? Probably no 13Fs, I'd imagine. Nope. Short interest update. Nope. Crypto up, but down today. Alright. Alright. 305 is my range. Then EV, you keep it between 20-80% battery unless it's a road trip, from like 20-80% at 53 cent kilowatt was like 17-ish, maybe cheap, pretty cheap. I get free level 2 charging at my apartment. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. So like, that's crazy. So you're paying literally like $10 to charge your car right now. It's actually pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. The biggest short squeeze of all time bar chart article. It's just a review. Past short squeezes, basically. I would read that for a stream clip, though. It's a decent article for a stream clip, potentially. I need to read this, though. I have a video I'm gonna make with a couple stream clips with this added onto it. Kind of more like a penguin style video, I guess. So I don't know how well it'll do, but we'll see. So I'll read this first, and then I'll read that one. I've already been reading a bunch. Read way more than I usually do. Circana forecasts a transformative year for video games in 2026. The U.S. video game industry enters 2026 with the potential to reach a new record high in consumer spending, following a year of slight growth driven by new hardware, rising subscription engagement, and robust player demand across platforms. According to Circana's latest Games Market Dynamic report, total U.S. consumer spending on video game hardware, content, accessories reached $60.7 billion in 2025, marking a plus 1.4% increase over 2024. Circana projects U.S. video game industry spending to rise 3% to $62.8 billion in 2026, surpassing the current all-time high of $61.7 billion set in 2021. This growth is expected to be fueled by second year of Nintendo Switch, unprecedented anticipation for Grand Theft Auto 6, and continued strength in subscription-based content. Here are the key opportunities and challenges for the gaming industry in 2026. Riding the wave of the Nintendo Switch 2, the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 was able to offset year-over-year hardware spending declines across other platforms, Becoming the fastest selling home console in US history after just 7 months in the market, the Switch 2's momentum is expected to accelerate in 2026. Continued strength across Nintendo's franchises will further lift hardware and software sales, as well as digital engagement. Grand Theft Auto 6 headlines software surge. Launching in November, Grand Theft Auto 6 holds the highest purchase intent ever recorded in Circana's tracking history, and could result in a boost across hardware, accessories, and subscription demand, alongside other anticipated hits including Resident Evil Requiem, Pokemon Pokepia, and Marvel's Wolverine. There's so many good games coming out the next year or two. So many good games. Even Half-Life 2 was pretty fire from what I've heard. Subscription spending remains strong. Gaming subscriptions were a bright spot in 2025 and are expected to continue growing as consumers seek value and access to expansive game libraries. Hardware pressure from component costs. Rising prices for RAM, GPUs, CPUs, and storage driven by AI data center demand could further constrain hardware availability and affordability. That could also force people to, start purchasing those things, because if they think in the future all those things are going to become even more expensive than they are now, it could cause a FOMO type thing in a lot of people where they're upgrading their computers or buying the newest consoles in anticipation for increased prices. Consumer behavior shifts. Younger players are shifting more heavily toward PC and mobile, where top titles like Roblox, Minecraft, and Fortnite dominate. If hardware becomes cost prohibitive, expect increased play on existing devices, growth in PC and mobile gaming, and accelerated adoption of cloud gaming. Emerging disruptors. Valve's upcoming Steam machines could shake up the console market if priced competitively and widely available. Macroeconomic factors. When considering potential cost increases due to tariffs and or other factors, more than 1/3 of the consumers would purchase fewer full-price games at launch, 38%, or would wait longer for video games to be on sale, 34%. According to the latest findings from Circana's Future of Video Games report, furthermore, 27% would spend more time playing free-to-play games. Yeah, definitely. Most definitely. The 2026 U.S. video game market brings great opportunity and risk, said Matt Piscatella, video game industry advisor at Circana. While overall hardware faces headwinds, a stellar slate of software and strong subscription engagement suggest a particularly exciting year. Hold on, 2026 could prove to be one heck of a ride. Do you think physical video game sales could have an increase as well, based off of subscriptions and microtransactions and stuff like that? Because eventually people are going to get tired of the pay to win models for a lot of games, and maybe they go revisit old titles as they go on sale. And I think there's a world where physical video game sales could come back as well, and potentially add on to this overall trend of growth. I think there's a world where that happens. I just wonder why they're still talking about it. They're talking about 5 different short squeezes in this article. Easy clickbait, I suppose. It's going to be easy clickbait for me. The biggest short squeezes of all time. Most investors buy a stock because they believe the price will go up. Short sellers do the opposite. They borrow shares they do not own, sell them at a current price, and hope to buy them back later at a lower price to return to the lender. If the stocks drop and they pocket the difference, if the stocks climb, however, the math turns dangerous, because a stock price can theoretically rise forever, but the potential for loss is infinite. A short squeeze occurs when a rising stock price forces these sellers to buy back shares to limit their losses. This rush to exit creates a feedback loop. The more they buy, the higher price goes, forcing even more sellers to cover. These events often represent the most volatile moments in financial history. They transform boring balance sheets into battlegrounds, sometimes pitting billionaires against each other or retail investors against institutional giants. Understanding these squeezes offers a window into how market mechanics, human psychology, and liquidity can collide to create financial chaos. The grocery store gambit. In 1923, Clarence Saunders, the founder of Piggly Wiggly, orchestrated one of the first major squeezes in American history. Saunders had revolutionized the grocery industry by introducing self-service aisles, but he found his company's stock under attack by short sellers on the New York Stock Exchange. He decided to fight back by cornering the market. Using his own capital and $10 million in loans, Saunders purchased nearly every available share of his own company. Oh, what a badass, dude. What a badass. By March 1923, Saunders owned all but 1,128 of the company's outstanding shares. He then called for the short sellers to deliver the stock they owed him. With virtually no shares available for purchase on the open market, the shorts were trapped. However, the exchange stepped in and suspended trading, eventually allowing the short sellers more time to settle their positions. While the squeeze technically worked, the suspension meant Saunders could no longer sell his massive hoard of shares on a public exchange. He ended up with a mountain of debt and eventually filed for bankruptcy, proving that even a successful squeeze can ruin the person who starts it. The Porsche Volkswagen Infinity Squeeze. The most famous example of a structural squeeze occurred in 2008, involving Volkswagen. During the height of the global financial crisis, many hedge funds viewed the German automaker as an overvalued target and heavily shorted its stock. They assumed the supply of shares was ample, but they missed a crucial detail happening behind the scenes. Porsche, which had long held a minority stake in the company, suddenly announced it had used cash-settled options to gain control of 74.1% of Volkswagen's voting shares. When combined with the 20% stake held by the state of Lower Saxony, the math became impossible for the shorts. Only about 6% of the shares were actually available to trade, yet the short interest stood at roughly 12.5%. When the market opened the following day, short sellers scrambled to buy shares that effectively did not exist. The stock price surged from €210 to over €1,000 in just 2 days. For a brief moment, Volkswagen was the most valuable company in the world by market capitalization. The event costed hedge funds an estimated $30 billion, serving as a permanent reminder that knowing who owns the float is just as important as knowing the company's earnings. A billion-dollar battle of egos. Sometimes a short squeeze is less about market mechanics and more about a personal feud. In 2012, hedge fund manager Bill Ackman took a massive billion-dollar short position against Herbalife. He delivered a 3-hour presentation labeling the nutritional supplement company a pyramid scheme and predicting its stock would go to zero. The move attracted the attention of his rival, Carl Icahn, viewing the situation as an opportunity to squeeze Ackman. Icahn began buying up shares, eventually taking a 26% stake in the company. The stock did not collapse as Ackman predicted. Instead, it climbed steadily. By the time Ackman closed his position in 2018, the stock had doubled. Icahn reportedly walked away with $1 billion in profit, while Ackman's firm realized a massive loss. This episode highlighted how a high-profile short position can backfire if another deep-pocketed investor decides to take the other side of the trade. Oh, bro, this is a good article. The slow-motion squeeze of the EV king. Not all squeezes happen over 48 hours. The 2020 rally of Tesla is often described by analysts as a slow-motion short squeeze. For years, Tesla was the most shorted stock in the world. Many analysts believed the company was fundamentally overvalued and destined for failure. However, a combination of consistent profitability, inclusion in the S&P 500, and a 5-for-1 stock split shifted the narrative. As the stock climbed, short sellers were forced to cover their positions incrementally over several months. Unlike the sudden spike seen with Volkswagen, this was a steady grind upward that exhausted the bears. By the end of 2020, Tesla's share price had soared, and short sellers had lost an estimated $40 billion. It demonstrated that a company with a passionate following and strong momentum can remain irrational longer than short sellers can remain solvent. Holy shit, bro. The comparisons of these short squeezes to GameStop today, especially the Tesla one, is actually insane. The Reddit revolution and the digital age. The most culturally significant squeeze occurred in January 2021 with GameStop. Before the surge, the video game retailer was struggling, and short interest had exceeded 140% of the available float. This meant more shares had been sold short than actually existed in the public market, a recipe for volatility. Retail investors on Reddit forum Wall Street Bets realized this vulnerability. Using low-cost trading apps like Robinhood, hundreds of thousands of individual investors coordinated a buying spree. The stock, which had been valued roughly $17, rose to nearly $500 at its peak. The influx of retail capital, combined with a gamma squeeze from the options market, forced institutional hedge funds like Melvin Capital to realize billions in losses and seek emergency bailouts. The GameStop event changed the way Wall Street views retail participation. It proved that in an era of instant communication and zero-commission trading, a massive group of small investors can exert as much pressure as a major investment bank. While the stock eventually cooled, the event prompted congressional hearings and a fundamental shift in how firms monitor social media sentiment. Short squeezes remained a recurring feature of the financial markets because the underlying ingredient, leverage, pride, and limited supply, never truly go away. For the average investor, these stories serve as a warning. In the world of shorting, the risks are often as high as the rewards. Wow, that was a really good article. That was a really good article. Putting all of those things into one. Putting all of those into one. That was a fire article. I liked that. The Tesla is crazy. Like this sounds exactly like GameStop, bro. Like the Tesla example sounds exactly like GameStop. Described by analysts as a slow-motion short squeeze. For years, Tesla was the most shorted stock in the world. Many analysts believed the company was fundamentally overvalued and destined for failure. That's literally GameStop. I don't think GameStop's the most shorted stock in the world at this point, but it was at one point the most shorted stock in the world. However, a combination of consistent profitability, inclusion in the S&P, and a 5-for-1 stock split shifted the narrative. Like, GameStop's done all of this. They just started, but kind of in reverse order, though. They did the stock split first. Now they're consistent profitability. And, here in like a year or two, potentially you're going to be in the S&P. So, pretty interesting how similar Tesla is to GameStop. And it's also funny, the battle of the egos. I didn't know Carl Icahn. I forgot about the battle of the egos. I forgot Carl Icahn battled Bill Ackman with that Herbalife. And Ryan Cohen mentions Carl Icahn all the time. As Muma says in the chat, 740.1% of Volkswagen's voting shares. 741 is a very consistent thing in the GameStop meme world. So that's pretty funny. A lot of interesting things here. And then Clarence Saunders is just a badass. Like, Clarence Saunders is just a badass. Too bad he ended up getting screwed over, but he's still a gangster. Dude, where is everyone today? Stream's so dead today. Kind of whack. Oh well. Whatever, man. If the stream doesn't start growing, honestly, like I legitimately don't know how long I can keep doing this. Just being 100% honest. if it continues to just stay stagnant and decline the way it is, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do this. Obviously, I'll still stream for like the rest of my life, most likely, at least for like an hour or two a day, but doing daily streams like this, I just, we'll see, man. We'll see, bro. We'll see. It's like impossible to grow this channel, bro. It's like impossible. Whether extremes cold or hot, you lose like 30% range, I would say. I'm a cheap hoe. I just wonder why there's still origin of 741 has to be Porsche 7041% ownership of VW causing the short squeeze. I think so as well. I didn't know that. There's so many interesting things in that article that relate to GameStop. So many things, especially because isn't that there's that one tweet Ryan Cohen put out, like Warren Buffett by day, Carl Icahn by night. You know, he's referencing the Bill Ackman thing. He's literally referencing the Bill Ackman thing. I feel you, bro. I don't really understand, to be honest. Like the GME community really that small these days? Did people fall off? I mean, I think people have their own lives as well, and I don't know, man. I don't know. People probably just don't like me as well. Like, I'm not the best personality, I'd imagine. But you would think after all this time, the stream would actually grow, not decline. Especially lately, you know, I've been putting in quite a bit of effort, like putting out, not a ton of effort, like I haven't been trying my hardest, but I've definitely been trying harder than I've ever tried, like doing earning streams every day, stream clips, like I've been trying harder than I've ever tried, and it seems like it's a waste, like it doesn't even seem like it's relevant. Like all the shorts I've been posting do really well. A lot of the videos I post, they're not getting like thousands of views, but like, you know, it's hard to even get like a view. So the fact that the videos I'm posting are getting like hundreds of views, you know, like people are seeing all this stuff. People are seeing the channel, and if you go into my analytics, like a lot of the videos are getting views. Like a lot of the shorts that have been dead for a year or since I posted them, they're all getting views from people visiting the channel page. So like more people are visiting my channel and seeing my videos than ever, but just nobody gives a fuck about the stream, and it kind of sucks, honestly. It kind of sucks. But at the flip side, I don't know what else I would do, bro. Like, I don't know what kind of job I would go get. Like, this is like the only thing I want to do. The only thing I could do for the rest of my life. If I just go get some job, I'm going to get sick of it so fast. And it's, I don't know, it's tough, man. It's tough. And it also sucks that GameStop's not moving. Like, not trading. You know, when I first started this stream, I was trading quite a bit, and I was making a lot of money trading, so the lack of viewers and ad revenue wasn't really a big deal, but I don't even trade anymore, so it's like, this is all I got, really. And it's just not doing well, unfortunately. It's just not doing well. Like, I'm getting a lot of views and stuff like that, but views mean nothing if nobody, like, cares about your channel. Honestly. Views really mean nothing. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have given up on GameStop, I'd imagine. I'm sure. Like, there's no way. Especially now that, you know, crypto's dropped a lot. You know, people are probably exiting this and going into crypto. Like, there's probably a lot of factors about it. You know, why would you sit in a stock that literally hasn't moved for like over a year and a half, almost 2 years, when you could buy the dip on crypto or something like that, you know? I think there's a lot of psychology that goes into it. So, you know, maybe it's my fault for not trading. Maybe I should trade more and actually make money, but like, I don't want to. You know, there's going to be a moment in time where this stock like starts going up, and then like any like covered call sell, any profit taking was kind of a waste at that point. And you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing it correctly. Maybe GameStop's going to go back to the teens, and I don't really see that happening, but maybe it does happen. So maybe I should be trading, but I still just kind of refuse to trade because the future is a lot more interesting than some short-term trade. The only thing I think is people that come into an investor stream, they're like battered women. They need a nice guy to tell them it'll be okay and buy some of this. Yeah, but I do tell people to buy GameStop and then everyone just shits on it. I'm literally giving people the best, potentially best investment for the next few decades, and they just shit on it. So, you know, and you know, I'm not a nice guy because everyone just shits. Like I'm relatively nice until people start talking shit. And then as soon as people start talking shit, it all goes downhill. But it's like I literally do that. But it's just everyone's so fucking stupid. People come in here and ask for a good investment, and I give it to them, and they're like, "Oh, GameStop's trash." It's like, bro, why'd you even ask? You're over there losing all this money, and like, why'd you even ask? If you're just gonna shit on the investment that's actually gonna work. It's literally like battered women, bro. That's a good representation. You tell them to get away from the guy that's beating them. And they're like, no, he'll change. I don't want to date the nice guy. He'll change. Duolingo will change. Planter will change. They're just sheep, really. Hard to be a creator. I would have given up on it and done some sort of AI slop character. Sadly, people would rather watch that. Probably, bro. Probably. It is hard to be a creator. It really is. Especially lately. Especially since YouTube cut the earnings in half, basically. Like, that made it even harder. But, you know, I guess this is the story of a lot of streamers, you know? They sit with just a few viewers for years, and then one viral clip sends them out to the stratosphere. You know, maybe one day GameStop actually works out, and everyone who shit on it, everyone who told me I was wrong, they're gonna come to this stream, you know? They're gonna come here. But is that delayed gratification like worth the short-term loss in, you know, I could just go get a job and be throwing like $2,000 extra into GameStop every month rather than like a couple $100. It's like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of competing thoughts when it comes to this stuff. Because I love doing this. It's not really all about the money, but it's like, fuck, man. At some point, I gotta be able to actually, like, live. I like the baiting of always losing, that I think will catch new viewers over time. Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of, like, new people that have visited the channel and stuff like that, but they just don't stick around. And that's the I think that's the hardest part, honestly. It's hard to get people to stick. People are busy. I think especially in the stock market, I don't think a lot of people have the time to just sit and watch a stream all day, you know? I'm sure a lot of people are busy with like working and who knows what else. Who knows what else? Definitely think there would be value in being the goofy clown who always loses but thinks they're on the right side of the bet. Dr. Disrespect of stocks, be an absolute legend, but a dumpster fire at the same time. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But those are just jokes as well. Like it would I bet if I actually had like a P&L of me like losing like a ton of money, that'd be a little bit different, but I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm just complaining at this point. I'm just complaining at this point. Just can't really like just can't really like rely on someone like double prizes or some shit to come in here and fucking donate a bunch of money every single month. That's just not really a reality. Like of course it's happened, but it's just not a reality. You think a paper trading series would generate views? Nah, I don't think so. There's so many people trading, bro. Like, and I just can't. Like, it's funny to make the jokes and the little shorts, but I can't sit and, like, lie to people about stock bets. Morally, that's not good. So there's also, there's also some morals that comes into this. I could come on stream every day and be a complete degenerate and fucking probably just try to get like views off of like cringe ass shit and stuff. Like, there's also a moral aspect to a lot of it that I'm not willing to degrade myself for views. If people don't like the stream, that's fine. If people don't like the content, that's fine. But I'm not gonna degrade my. The shorts are just funny, but I'm not gonna become like a fucking cringe lord just for some views. I'm already cringy enough. I'm already cringy enough just being myself. I don't need a over exaggerated version. I think just a lot of the internet's fake as fuck. And a lot of the views are possibly not that real. Or maybe, it could just be me. Maybe I'm just not a person maybe I'm not built for this. Maybe I'm not meant for this, Maybe my personality just doesn't work. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's only been a year and a half, almost 2 years. So it's like, still hasn't been that much time. I see the burnt peanut and see what he did. He tried streaming for a few years, didn't work, took a year off, came back to it as an AI character and is popular. Yeah, I mean, I would do VTubing. I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against that. Not saying that's the thing for you, but I think it shows what people want to watch. I mean, also who's the target audience of Burnt Peanut though? It's like kids it's people your age and younger. My audience is fucking boomers basically. People my age and boomers. So like it's also a different different content category, different different audience. No, there's not many people your age. There's not many people your age who are interested in markets and like becoming rich, you know? They just want like an escape. Which I feel like my stream does provide that, but I guess it's just I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I look at like penguins, for example, though. Like my content is very similar to penguins and like Asmongold, and I mean those are the streamers I try to replicate in a lot of ways, but for some it just doesn't work for me. It seems like it just doesn't seem to work for me. But those people have also been online, streaming every day, making videos every day for over a decade. And, you know, I've been making videos for over a decade, but not consistently. Granted, it stands out because it's something different in the sea of people just sitting in a room looking at a PC. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point, but there's a lot of VTubers too. At this point, I'd argue there's more VTubers than actual streamers. I mean, let's go on Twitch and see. I bet there's so many VTubers, bro.
Obligation. My family taught me our culture's rules and beliefs about love.
Like, don't they have a category for that shit? Maybe not. I thought there was a category for it. I mean, let's just go into let's just go into just chatting and let's see. Let's see. Let's go high-low. I mean, Asmongold's top, of course. So, VTuber. Yeah, I guess there's not that many VTubers. I didn't know Kit Boga streamed. I didn't know Kit Boga streamed. But it's like all these are view bots, I'm sure. Like who's watching this guy watch videos on YouTube? Like obviously the gym girls and shit. Like that's OP. Like being a girl's unfair. Literally. Being a girl is literally unfair. So those don't really count in my opinion. VTuber. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's not as many VTubers as I thought there would be. Maybe you gotta just not talk about GameStop and strictly be about culture and news. Shit, maybe GME is why you're being shadow banned, never know. Possible. But all the other GameStop YouTubers, you type their name in YouTube search, they pop up. It's just me. People, it's, I don't know. Maybe someone out there paid to make it so my channel doesn't pop up because I'm the only person who actually talks about the truth and reality. And maybe it's because I don't know, bro. I don't know. But it's hard to stand out. It's hard to get views. That's why I do the earning streams, because it's an easy way to get people here. If I just like play a video game, nobody's gonna fucking come. Nobody's gonna be able to type in search and see my videos. That's just not even a reality. Like I've been doing this a long time, so like I know what works and what doesn't work. So like I do agree with you. But at the same time, if I'm just doing the same thing everyone else is doing, literally nobody's gonna come here. So it's like, do I just continue doing what I'm doing and have like minimal to no growth, or do I do what everyone else is doing and literally just have no growth? Like that's really what it comes down to, I feel like. Who you calling a boomer? Who you calling a boomer? I'll be right back. Ugh. If I were to make a live stream, it'd be a talk shit hotline where people could call in and have a safe space to talk trash. That'd be kind of funny. I mean, I've thought about that though. Think about all the people who have stuck around. It's all people we've done calls with. Hugh G, you. I guess Kristen's not here anymore. Caitlin would still be here if I didn't tell her to go away. Who else? Who else did we do calls with? I think that's it. I think those are the only people we did calls with. Didn't we do a call with one more person? I can't remember. Oh, Stogie. But Stogie's busy. You know, if Stogie is here, he's busy. He works a lot. So, you know, that's a good point too. You know, it's a good way to build relationship with the audience, have a real conversation with the audience. So I would do that. I'd be willing to do that again. I don't think I'd be willing to do a server again, though. Treadline Aus Christy Noem. I have no clue who that is. I have no clue who that is. Appreciate the headline though, but I legitimately don't know who that is. People like being heard would do really well. Yeah, but the only issue is I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we try to make like a day where that happens. Or something. Like Tuesday talk days or something. Tuesday something. Talking Tuesday. Call in. I don't fucking know, dude. Taco Tuesday. I like that one. Taco Tuesday. That's pretty funny. Taco Tuesday. That is pretty funny. I like that. So maybe every Tuesday we do call-ins, but still, a lot of people are at work, so they probably can't even call in. That was kind of the barrier in the beginning as well. People are just busy. It would be cool to like collaborate with people and, you know, do more of that, but who the hell am I going to collaborate with? You saw how the last collaboration I did with a GameStop person went. Everyone's just a know-it-all on Wall Street, so it's like, can't collaborate with anyone in the investor realm because everyone's a fucking know-it-all. Think you would catch more views going live later in the day, like at night? I don't know. Probably not, but I don't know. Maybe be the AI character during the Taco Tuesday. I think the value of this stream is that it's real, though. I forgot about the janitor collab. Yeah, bro. That guy's a fucking idiot. I'll just start fucking paying OnlyFans girls to collab. Come and show their titties on my stream. That'll get people here. Like, titties! Everyone loves titties. Taco Tuesday. I like Taco Tuesday. It's kind of funny. I don't know. I haven't really tried streaming at night, so not really 100% sure. I don't think so, but maybe. Because I guess a lot of what am I trying to say here? A lot of my viewers are probably foreign, so if I did go live at night, it would be like morning time for them in a lot of ways. Men would accomplish less if boobs disappeared. I think the opposite. I think the opposite, honestly. I don't know, man. We've had this conversation before. It is what it is, you know. We'll just move on and continue doing what we're doing, but at the end of the day, I don't know how long it's going to be sustainable for. And that sucks. All right. Anything on Reddit? Probably not. When is there ever anything on Reddit? Are you ready to trade sideways? That's a pretty good meme. Let's get ready to trade sideways. It's not trading sideways today. Well, I guess technically it is. Technically it is. You know who hasn't posted a video in a long time? Fucking, Voidzilla. I think the last video he posted was Prince Andrew's. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Good lord. Hopefully he has a CoffeeZilla banger coming out or something. Penguins, burger mogging's out of control. Let's watch this. I wanted to watch the Burger King things anyway, so he'll have the videos on.
Doug Jr.'s mustache.
Watch this Penguins video.
Switch.
Exposed to dangerous sunbeam radiation. Look like I'm turning into Adam Warlock. I don't know what's going on with the light. I haven't been able to fix it, so I think we're going to probably just have to deal with it, but I'll give it one more try. Nope. Also, no. Maybe? Any better? I'm glistening. Nope. That still didn't fix it. I look like I'm suffering from jaundice now. Well, out of my hands. Anyway, big thing going on right now. There is a burger mogging battle. Finally fixed the lighting. It was bothering me too much. It all started with the McDonald's CEO embarrassing himself, where he posted that video, which was supposed to serve as a marketing component to the Big Arch Burger that was being released, where he was talking about how excited he was to eat it for lunch, and then when he goes in to take a bite, he actually takes like maybe a couple of morsels of the sandwich into his gullet. It genuinely looked as though he was afraid of the goddamn thing.
I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
I swear to God, if I threw the Big Arch Burger on the floor, I bet a Roomba would probably show more excitement sucking it up as opposed to the fucking CEO of the company that produced it. He struggles to even call it food, he just refers to it as product. Naturally, everyone was making fun of this, clowning on him, because it does feel like, you know, he was held hostage by terrorists and forced to eat the Big Arch Burger here. It doesn't seem genuine enough or authentic, and it's actually incomprehensible that they not only filmed this, but then watched it back and said, yep, that looks good. Our CEO really looks enthusiastic about this product. Send that bitch out. Let's go. It's going to get everyone hype about it. However, it did actually work as a marketing campaign because it got everyone talking about the fucking Big Arch Burger. Granted as a punchline and jokes, but it did get the word out, and it even started a trend. It started the burger mogging battle, where other fast food CEOs have been scrambling to one-up here and use it as their own marketing tool to showcase that they actually really like their product. Burger King was the first to hop aboard this train.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
Burger King CEO really did kind of come in here from the top turnbuckle.
That was so stupid. Only one thing missing. A napkin. That was actually dumb.
And Gangnam Style on the McDonald's CEO. This one feels a lot more candid. It's not set up in like a fucking studio-like setting with lighting and like a whole ensemble faking that it's your lunch and then being really reluctant and frightened to even bite your burger. The Burger King CEO just comes in here and bussy maxes. He's like, oh, fucking new Whopper? Can't wait. Oh. And it does come across more authentic. Granted, it is still staged. He just happens to be doing a better job at appearing human and appearing as though he actually wanted to consume the product. And I gotta tell you, his acting here is pretty impressive. It is not an easy role to play, a Burger King fan. That is tough. I think even like the highest paid A-list celebrity actors would struggle to fake enthusiasm for a Burger King burger to this level. Because it's damn near impossible. It's fucking Burger King at the end of the day. Now, all cards on the table. Yesterday, we did post that video trying the Big Arch Burger versus the new Whopper. I do think the new Whopper is better. I think it is a...
That video is actually pretty funny. I won't lie.
Better burger. And you know what? If Burger King does keep trending in that direction of actually trying to make improvements, all power to them. I have been probably like the biggest Burger King Scrooge imaginable. I find extra time in the day to shoot spitballs at Burger King because I think they serve up straight sludge, radioactive gruel. But if they are willing to make changes to the Whopper, for example, to make it better, which I do think they did, that's great. And hopefully they keep going in that direction. And as far as the burger mogging battle goes, I think Burger King definitely slapped McDonald's. But that's not where this Clash of the Titans ends, because then the Wendy's CEO wanted to hop aboard.
These fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill. Amazing, absolutely wonderful. That's a burger. This is exactly the way a great hamburger should be. You got to top it off with a fries and Frosty. Excellent.
Now that is straight business right there. He is kind of flexing the ball knowledge on Wendy's here. Unlike the McDonald's CEO who struggled to like even explain what's on the Big Arch Burger, it looked like he was confused, like, oh, there's crispy onions in there? Of course, pickles, right? Naturally. There's also some meat in there, or meat substitute, whatever fucking using. Like, it seemed like he had no fucking clue what was even in his hands. He didn't even register it as food. He just kept calling it product. Whereas the Wendy's CEO immediately just starts dropping the lore on the burger. And it seems like he scarfs it down. I will say, though, there are cuts. So maybe he started spitting into a trash can or something. We don't know. I don't imagine that's...
That was it. Started spitting in the trash can. That'd be so funny, bro. Could you imagine? It's like, cut! Shit's trash, dude. Alright, keep rolling.
That's the case, but I gotta tell you, one continuous shot would have done wonders here. It's already set up like ASMR in the first place. Just let that shit ride. Just let it all hang out. And I do think it was a nice cherry on top that he did do the classic fries into the Frosty tactic. That is a Wendy's classic. That is iconic, so that was cute of him to slide that in. I think of the three, his is probably the most well-rehearsed, but I still do think the Burger King CEO's piece just feels more natural, where it just actually looked like he wandered in the kitchen, like, let me try this shit. Let me see what this is all about. I like it. His is much more like calculated business. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's still good and significantly better than McDonald's. And then we get a really wacky entry in here. The A&W CEO threw his hat into the ring here. Full disclosure, I don't think I've ever eaten at an A&W. We don't have any here, or rather, I don't know if we do. Because I don't know a single human being in my life that has ever said, let's get A&W. I want some A&W right now. Can we place an order? And I've never driven...
Yo, A&W root beer ice cream is actually like hella gas, bro. I used to have an A&W right by my house, and their ice cream's fire. Same with like root beer floats and stuff.
Buy one or anything either, or at least I didn't register if I did. So I don't know fucking anything about this chain.
Alan from A&W here with, you heard about it, here it is, the Teen Burger. We love this burger product, which most people call a burger.
I want to interrupt real quick here and just briefly pause, just to make a mention that name needs a little workshopping. The Teen Burger. I decided to go to their menu to see like what naming scheme would lead them to think that that's a good idea, and it looks like they named their burgers like Papa, Mama, Grandpa, Double Buddy Burger, and then there's a Baby Burger, and then a Teen Burger. Kind of a peculiar naming scheme for the burgers, I would say probably worth maybe hopping back in the think tank and brainstorming a bit on some different names. Teen Burger and Teen Sauce in particular are just fucking weird.
I'm going to do a tasting right now, but this is actually my lunch. So let's see what we got going on here.
This guy literally just copied the McDonald's CEO, like almost word for word. I got an AW right beside my place. I don't know where the nearest one is now. I would still go there if I knew where one was. AW used to have hot chicks washing cars with burgers in a commercial. I remember it from when I was a kid. I loved them commercials. I don't know if I remember those commercials. Why don't they do that still? They should still be doing that. I remember, I think it was Bert. Oh yeah, it's Carl's Jr., huh? It had like Pamela Anderson like rubbing the fucking burger all over her tits and stuff. Man, why don't they do that anymore? That's solid marketing.
Look at that. It has a unique bread that some people would call a bun, but really the star is what's inside. I mean, we've got the lettuce, which is green, and pickles, which make it taste pickly, and the teen sauce.
Bro, this guy is so cringe. It's green? You better hope it's green. I don't want no brown lettuce on my fucking A&W burger. It better be green.
Iconic teen sauce. So this thing is packed. I'm sorry. That was a little... I don't even know how to attack it. I guess...
He's literally just like... Oh my god, bro. He's literally just making fun of the McDonald's CEO. It's so funny.
With my mouth. Here we go. Moment of truth. Oh, that's good.
It'd be awesome if he just spit it out. He's like, "That's fucking trash," and then they cut it, and then it's a different product. He's like, we had to change that teen burger. That shit was garbage. This is the Granddaddy Papa Jim burger. I don't fucking know. That, bro, I should be the CEO of one of these fast food companies. I'd be fucking crushing, bro. I'm like, it's fucking shit.
A little bit of bacon. That is a big bite of a teen burger. And Chris, I invite you to join me for lunch. Just you, me, and a couple of teen burgers.
Bro! That does not sound good. That does not sound good. I don't want the McDonald's CEO and this guy getting together with anything with teen in the name. That's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous.
See you at lunch, Chris. See you at A&W.
The CEO gives me the same energy as the dancing old guy in the Six Flag commercials from back in the day. He feels like, he's being quirky, kind of bringing like, substitute teacher vibes to the function here. And it's not a bad thing. I also appreciate that his is a lot more like directly confrontational with the McDonald's CEO. Like he's actually starting some fucking beef here and he's not looking to squash it. And so now he's inviting him to share in some teen burgers together, which again, like even just saying that just sounds weird. I just think they need to change the name around. And especially when he says like iconic teen sauce and then starts like raising his eyebrows. It's just, that name needs work. Hop back in the lab. Overall though, his video with A&W's burger there was a lot more like comedic in nature, like poking fun directly at McDonald's CEO's video, which I thought was a good approach. I thought it came across well. I also would say there was a cut when he bit into the burger. I think these would hit harder if there were no cuts like that, because again, could have been swapped out for a stunt double. Maybe he swapped it out for a fucking Five Guys burger for that bite, where like he took a bite of the AMW one, put it on the floor, and then took a bite of a Five Guys burger in order to fill his cheeks. We don't know because there was a cut. Again, I think that's very unlikely. That's just conspiratorial for no reason. I just think that it would have served them better to just let those kind of shots ride where they're actually eating it and supposedly enjoying it. Anyway, though, I just wanted to kind of give you a debriefing here on everything going on with the burger mogging battle between fast food CEOs that's erupting. That's about it. See ya.
Damn, I should have recorded my reaction to that. That shit was funny, bro. I should have recorded my reaction. My take was funnier than Penguin's. Maybe I should try to get that job at Wendy's, bro. I'll submit the video of me eating the Wendy's burger, then spitting it out. This is trash. It's like the old Wendy's burger. We got our brand new Dave's double dick down burger. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Don't ask me where that came from. The double D's. Yeah, that man, Wendy's could go clutch. Isn't there a thing called the Double Dave or some shit like that? The Double Dave. They should be fucking doing something with that. The Double D burger. Oh wait, the D burger is from somewhere else, isn't it? D burger. That sounds familiar. Where's that from? Isn't that Culver's or some shit like that? Yeah, Dave's Double, the Double D. They could do some solid marketing with that. But isn't the D burger like Culver's or something like that? I think it's Culver's, isn't it? No, they got butter burgers. Who has the D burger? D burger. Oh, D's. Duh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. D's, obviously. Duh. Duh. Do you guys know what D's is? Deeves could get in there, bro. Get a hot chick eating the Double D. Teen sauce. Is the teen burger like a corporate attempt at some sort of edgy Jeff Epstein joke? I mean, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Culver's got butter burgers. Culver's the only fast food I eat. D's is like a dining. It's not really fast food. I mean, it probably is similar to fast food, but D's is like dining. I think it's a Western US thing. Why do I have my video editor open? Oh, I've had that open this whole time. How'd that Berkshire video do I posted? Let's see. Probably not well, I'd imagine. Doesn't seem like a video that would do well. A whopping 6 views. It's the worst video I've posted so far. Awesome. I love that. I love that. California got that In-N-Out. In-N-Out's everywhere now. I mean, sort of. There's multiple In-N-Outs where I live. In-N-Out's trash, though. It's like the saltiest, most disgusting burger you'll ever eat, straight up. and their fries are so mid. Like I don't get how In-N-Out's so popular. I used to eat there. I used to think it was good, but the last time I ate In-N-Out, bro, it was so salty. Like it's like disgusting how salty it is. It's like they grabbed the fucking salt shaker and just fucking dumped it all over the patty. Not even mid. The fries are trash. I agree. I agree. I was trying to be nice. But yeah, the fries are garbage. In-N-Out is way too overhyped. I don't get why people like In-N-Out so much. They got In-N-Out in Canada. I guess apparently so. Apparently so. I just don't like the special sauce. Wait, you have In-N-Outs where you live too? Not yet. I have it when I head south. Oh. Interesting. I get it without spread. It's good. Wait, don't you live in like a different country, Ruben? Oh, you live in Cali? Or did you just... I thought you lived in like a different country. Straight up. I thought you were a foreigner this whole time. My hometown was the first In-N-Out. Really interesting. I straight up thought you were a foreigner this whole time, bro. I didn't know Ruben was from Cali. You probably told me that before too. But I straight up thought you were a foreigner this whole time, bro. You've been in the stream for like over a year, and I could have sworn you were like German or like from the fucking Norway or some shit. Like, I did not know you were from Cali. That's so funny, bro. I'm so stupid. Oh man. I'm fucking dumb, bro. That's fucking hilarious, bro. That's funny. I'm usually a quiet dude. I just legitimately like can't even remember ever asking you or talking about it. I just always assumed you were foreign. It's fucking hilarious, bro. That's hilarious, bro. I'm going back to Cali. Going back to Cali. This happened like a month or two ago. I like this bit. The fucked up part is it's not even a bit. Like, I'm just like that dumb. I'm just that dumb. I just forget shit so easily, bro. I'm going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. That's hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. Wonder if there's anyone else streaming Costco. Nope. I'm the only one streaming Costco. Gotta love that. You gotta love that shit. Alright. I'm going back to Cali. Going back to Cali. Where's the earnings call? There it is. See for a reminder. Oh, okay. Okie dokie then. Whoa. Selling physical gold and silver must have been so lucrative for Costco. Basically an inventory that you don't care if it sells, especially recently with the spikes. I mean, but didn't they sell all their gold for cheap before the market actually went up? So technically they kind of screwed themselves by doing that. They should have waited before it broke, or they should have waited up until it broke out. I remember they started selling gold when it was still cheap. You made art out of your gold, sell it for more than it's worth than the gold alone. I mean, that's jewelry, basically. That's basically jewelry. Jared also brought in those, he had talked about those gold backs yesterday. Jared brought in these gold backs. I bet these are overvalued. Say, Goldbacks debuted with the release of Utah Goldbacks, offering Americans the first form of spendable gold in nearly a century. Goldbacks are designed with 24 karat gold and feature unique designs for each denomination, honoring the heritage of the state. Marks the debut of the new denominations in form of 1/2, 2, and 100 Goldbacks. Right now, 1/2 Florida Goldback gold notes are available at JM Bullion. Contains 1 2,000 troy ounce of gold, so I guess you would do, I don't know, 5,000 divided by 2,000, right? So these would be worth $2.5, but they're selling them for $5. So yeah, I mean, stuff like that already exists. You know, this is selling for double the price of what gold is actually trading for. And if you try to go buy gold in like a like bullion shop or something like that, you're gonna get overcharged like 30%. Gold's weird, man. Gold's weird. My Costco still has gold and silver for sale. Really interesting. Corey don't like jewels. No, I do not. I do not like jewelry. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Last I saw, gold and silver was making Costco 200 mil monthly. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe revenue, probably not profit though. If that's profit, that's crazy. Small margin on that, definitely rev, yeah. It's crazy that that it's still sitting on the shelf in the Costco where you're at. That just goes to show that there's not like huge demand, you know. Still an impressive addition, yeah. What's up, Grady? Last time I saw silver give me an anxiety disorder. Why? Just the price or what? I'd rather buy Pokemon. I'd rather buy Pokemon than that. I haven't sold any yet. Oh, I see, I see. I mean, you're probably fine. It'll most likely stabilize at the prices it's at. Maybe, you never know. It could go back down, but ultimately, it'll probably stabilize. It's a hedge against some I told you so from some family members. I don't like hedging. I don't believe in hedging. It's either all in or nothing. It's either I can't think of it. It's called Wagyu or Top Ramen, bro. I ain't settling for no New York strip. I ain't settling for no New York strip. It's either Wagyu or ramen, baby. Why not trade your silver in for gold? Why not trade your silver in for GameStop shares? Not financial advice, but why not trade your silver in for GameStop shares? That's what I'm going to ask my cousin next time I see him. My cousin has a bunch of silver. I'm going to be like, why not trade that shit in for some GameStop, bro? Get a real asset on your hands, you know? Get a real man's asset. It's all physical coins too. Honestly, not even sure the best place to sell. Probably eBay, but yeah, physical. It's gonna be tough to go to like a shop and sell that because they're gonna, mark it down. eBay, fees and shipping, and it's probably I mean, how much is silver trading for on eBay right now? That'd be an interesting thing to look up. 1 ounce silver. Depends on the coin. Certain coins are obviously more expensive than others. $100? Or just like a basic fucking coin. 16 $4 face US 90% silver quarters. $260 for that? What? $100 for an American Silver Eagle? Bruh. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? That's insane. I don't want to look at that anymore. That's insane. I don't want to look at that anymore. That's insane, bro. $100? 130 for certain coins? Look at 10-ounce bars. It's probably $1,000. 1,300. I don't need to look at it. It's ridiculous, though. Plus, it was all given to me, so I don't even know the tax implications. Like, what's my cost basis? That's not an issue. That wouldn't be really an issue. I think your best bet would just be like finding someone to sell it to for cash, if I'm just being honest. That'd be your best bet. If you could find someone to sell it to cash, then you don't have to worry about none of that. But selling on eBay, you also don't have to pay taxes up to like I forget exactly. I think it's I think they changed it, and I think it's like $600 in sales now is when you have to report. But if you just go sell something for like $200 or $300, you don't have to report it on your taxes. eBay doesn't give you a tax form. You have to meet their like you have to meet their criteria to get a tax form anyway. There should be a bullion dealer near you, but they'll buy it's 80% of spot price, I assume. Could try and sell it on FB Marketplace too, never know. Yeah, at that point, it'd be better to just sell it on eBay because, you know, eBay fees 13%. So that's $13, then shipping, so like $20 in fees and shipping, so you'd get like $80 per ounce pretty much, maybe more, because I saw a few things sell on there for like 130-ish. So eBay would probably be the best because, you know, spot right now is what, $80? I can't remember. So you're just gonna get ripped off if you went to like a dealer. Yeah, $82. You would get ripped off. 100%. Wouldn't even be worth it. It'd have to be eBay or cash. I got some recessive version of the Chicken Little gene. I kind of like having silver in my bug out bag. I mean, my only thing is if the financial economy ever collapses, silver's not going to be worth anything, realistically. Guns, ammo, water, food, that's going to be the real value. I don't think in a financial collapse anyone's going to give a fuck about a coin. I don't think, you know, I just really don't. People are going to care about things that actually matter. They'll just take it. Not if you have guns and ammo. Like to see them try. Guns and ammo is the ultimate recession fucking whatever protection. But I'm not a doomsdayer. I can't get behind like the doomsday mindset. Just can't get behind it. And also hedging decreases your upside. Better liquidate the silver to build an arsenal. I haven't built a bunker in my backyard yet. A bunker would be sick though. Let's be honest. A bunker would be badass. Gotta be a billionaire to do that and not seem crazy. The house my little cousin's renting and his dad, bro, it has a fucking bunker in it. I haven't been inside of it, but There's a bunker there. There's like tunnels all throughout where I live. It's a weird. Well, I live in a weird place. Don't go inside. I would. If I could, I would. It's locked, unfortunately. Horror movie plot hook. Sell the house, buy more GME, and live in the tunnels. Now you're thinking. I said it yesterday, bro. Being homeless is the meta for the next decade. Being homeless is the meta, bro. You just camp outside of fucking Targets. Get some Pokemon. Being homeless is meta, bro. Move it, change his profile name. Yeah, it was like I don't know when he did it a while ago. We were just messing around. Because Bruno changed her name. The unemployment package, exactly. Gotta get you some Pokemon. What's up? I'm Bruno. Oh, man. Oi. U.S. crude oil tops $80 a barrel. Market's down quite a bit today. Any good tinfoil around these days? I don't talk about tinfoil anymore. Not after last time. I'm not talking about tinfoil on this stream ever again, straight up. Nah, because there's always perverse incentives when it comes to tinfoil. Just like last time. Turned out to just be a shitcoin pump. Like, I'm not talking about it anymore. Refuse to talk about it. I'm not going to promote a shitcoin. Yeah, the Dow's bearish, bro. The Russell's kind of bearish too. If you don't get a bounce in the market here in like 15 minutes, the Russell's technically bearish as well. The Nasdaq's kind of been bearish. You're kind of forming an uptrend here. A little bit. But yeah, the Dow's bearish. The Dow is bearish. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Some fucking trend lines, eh? Yeah, the S&P is gonna break out huge, bro. It's either gonna have a massive run up or have a massive sell off. That's crazy. Same with the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq looks kind of bullish though. We'll see. We'll see. Something's gonna happen. Got a breakout retrace on airlines. So, obviously, I'm still leaning towards bullish, but doesn't look the best. Doesn't look the best. The dollar kind of topped out here. Yeah, pretty interesting price action all around. Pretty interesting price action. Executive decision. I just refuse to promote a shitcoin again. That was a mistake to talk about that tinfoil. Even though, obviously, you know, there's not that many people here. It doesn't really matter. It was still a mistake to talk about that tinfoil. Promoting a shitcoin, basically. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. And realistically, tinfoil is useless. So, I don't know. It'd be better to talk about things that are actually applicable to anything. I didn't know we did that. I guess I'll miss that a little bit about the coin. Yeah, Muma's the one who brought it up about the coin. I think I deleted Twitter at that point before that even happened. I can't remember exactly. Oh no, I deleted Twitter the day that happened. Got any banger cookie recipes? I haven't baked cookies in a long time. So not really. Not really. I don't even remember the last time I baked anything besides myself. Who could have thought that was going to be the outcome? What a letdown. For real. For real. I made some banana pudding cookies the other week. Banger. That sounds good. That sounds fire. That sounds really good, actually. Some banana pudding cookies. That just sounds fucking amazing. Everyone wants to be someone, but doing something like that is wild. Yeah, for real, for real. It's crazy that you can build all that hype and attention just to fucking sell out everyone who's paying attention to you, basically. It's crazy. Even though, you know, a lot of it's probably fake engagement, fake views. It's still wild that something like that gets traction just for it to turn out to be a scam. Is GameStop going up still or something? Oh yeah. Good to see, good to see. Another bounce. Is that another new like weak sell-off? I can't remember what the low was last time. Go on the 30-minute. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that shit, bro. Look at that shit. That trend is still going. Where is it? What was it? I think it's price range. If you go from 24 to the last time it sold off, that was 2.28%. You go from 24 to today, 1.94%. Look at that shit. Look at that shit, bro. The fucking bears are pussies, bro. The bears are fucking pussies, bro. They're losing, bro. They're losing it. They're losing it, bro. From a short-term price action technical perspective, that is so bullish. That is so fucking bullish. It's actually insane. Look at that shit, bro. Look at that shit, bro. The trend continues. The trend continues. The cells are getting weaker and weaker. Very interesting. Very interesting. That's some good short-term price action if you've never seen short-term price action. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see, but the trend is still holding. That is so interesting, bro. That is so interesting. 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 Shit looks nice. Yeah, we'll see if it plays out. So it's still playing out. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it's still playing out. Just goes to like, if that, I mean, from a short-term price action perspective, that's just showing that bears are losing control because they can't push it down lower. If bears were still in control, it would have sold off more. Even if it would have kept bouncing, you know, even if it would have ended up bouncing, it would have sold off more if bears were in control. Crazy. Some solid short-term price action. We'll see if the market sells off, though. We'll see. We'll see. It's me versus Michael Burry, bro. Me versus Michael Burry. I should make a meme of me and Michael Burry in the boxing ring. Ding ding. What are you and Michael Burry disagreeing about? Michael Burry's just bearish on the market, and I'm not. That's all. Michael Burry's bearish, and I'm not. But Michael Burry has a bunch of people following him and riding on his nuts. I have like 10 people that follow me and don't ride on my nuts. Most of them just think I'm insane. And they would be correct. You would be correct if you thought I was insane. You would be correct. Oops. Torito? What is that? What's Torito? What the hell is that? What the hell's a Torito? That sounds like a weird like Mexican dish or something. A Torito. Fast and Furious. Oh. Gotcha. I probably haven't seen that one. I think I've only seen like maybe the first two. And there's like 15 of them or some shit like that. I think I've only seen the first two. Too fast. Too furious. I'm too fast for ya, man. Tostada. That's a new invention right there, bro. Tostada burrito. The Torito. Vin Diesel. Oh. I just don't remember. I don't even remember the dude's name in the show. I would have bet a significant portion of my life savings you like Fast and the Furious. Well, you would have been wrong. You would have lost a significant portion of your life savings. I mean, I don't mind the movies, but I just don't watch them. I don't really watch movies at all in general. I'm not a big movie buff. I don't even... Dude, I couldn't even tell you the last movie I watched. Let me think. What's the last movie I watched? I think Rango, actually. I think Rango is the last movie I watched. A few months ago. But before that... I don't know. Rango's a fire movie, though. Rango. I just don't understand non-movie people. Foreign concept to me. I just watch YouTube videos. Look at stock charts all day. Read news. Why are you saying GME with exclamations? What's going on? It's glitched out on Yahoo. Their news or something? Nothing? Oh, okay. I thought maybe something happened. The exclamation marks made me think something. Maybe. Oh, you're good. You're good. I just thought maybe there was like news or something. But that was of course there's no news. Of course there's no news. Why would there be news? Do you like the films more now? Nope. Nope. I just like the tuna, bro. I just like the tuna, that's it. Here for the tuna. Too fast. Too furious. Not too fast for y'all, man. You see the meme where it's a map of Vin Diesel's apartment. Every room is labeled the family room? No, I've never seen that meme. That's pretty funny, though. That's pretty funny. RL, what's up, RL? Been a while. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Oh, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. Doing good. Just chilling. Just, you know, doing the thing. Just doing the thing. Steady working, steady buying GME. Nice, bro. Nice. The price action looks good, bro. It looks good. The sells are getting weaker and weaker, so we'll see. Maybe you'll get a breakout soon. As long as the market doesn't crash, I suppose. If the market crashes, you know, I wouldn't really expect much, but we'll see. Waiting for the day I look at my phone and see the buy. Oh man. What about the next few decades, though? What about the next few decades? This is a multi-decade long investment, not just a day. Ready for that as well. Nice. Do I have strong feelings on Vlad Tenev? No. I don't care about Robin Hood. See what you did there. I'm just excited to see what company we acquire. I agree. I'm excited to see as well. It'll be interesting to think of all the potential possibilities after it gets announced. And, you know, try to dive into the balance sheet and try to, like, predict the future. I'm pretty excited for that as well, but who knows when that's gonna happen, bro? Who knows when that's gonna happen? Hopefully like on earnings or something they announce it. Something like that. You're right, I'm thinking too short term. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take profits and stuff, that's not a terrible way to think, but I just personally don't really plan on taking any profits or anything. I plan on holding for a really long time, so it's kind of hard to, like, get excited about, like, short-term things, you know? For me, at least. You gonna buy a quarry and sell pet rocks? Damn right. The pet rock business is booming, bro. is booming. Definitely no M&A news till after the pay package. You think? I'd feel like they'd do it before the pay package, so it for sure gets approved. I mean, it's for sure going to get approved anyway, most likely, but feel like it's definitely more likely if the stock's up before the vote. Palantir? You love Palantir. It's your favorite stock. You also love the way I say it. Some solid peanuts. Poll? Nah. Nobody's going to come to this earnings. I'm not going to do a poll. Nobody cares about Costco. Nobody cares about only real investors buy Costco. So, you're not going to see them here today, I don't think. I don't think real investors are looking up the earnings call on YouTube, if I'm just being honest. Pull on the pronunciation of Palantir. It's Palantir. Palantir. That terrible company that everyone likes for some reason. They like being surveillanced by Palantir. Nah, Ryan Cohen likes them to short. It'll get approved. Narrative will be this bozo CEO who was awarded $100 billion pay package with no plan. That's my guess. I mean, that's a good prediction. That's a good prediction. Prediction markets show 95.3% conviction that Costco beats estimates. How does that benefit you? If that's already priced in, then how does that benefit you? That'd be my question. How do you plan on making money on Costco earnings if 95% of the prediction market thinks it's going to beat? How does that help you? Still doesn't mean you know which way the stock's going to go after it's announced. Even if they beat earnings, the stock could go down. So I don't think that really helps you at all. Actually, I don't think that helps you at all. I know that doesn't help you at all. They could have the best earnings in the world and the stock could still go down. He's the 4.7%. Either way, that just doesn't benefit you in any way. The way you win on options is by a surprise. So, if that's really the case, it's not really a surprise. Probably just won't even move. What's the second best thing to buy at Costco? The chicken. Well, to me, the chicken's number one. So I don't know. I don't know what the second would be. Like tri-tip or something. They got some pretty fire seasoned tri-tip at Costco. I buy cat litter at Costco. It's decent. My cat appreciates it. So that could also be a good second. I used to have to do these cringe, quote, fun questions in our weekly meetings. One of my better ones was, what's a generic version of something you think is better than name brand? That's a tough question. Marijuana? Any name brand marijuana products are usually pretty trash. I'm just kidding. I don't know. That's tough. Shy early 20-something girl on my team said Costco toilet paper. I disagree with that one. Nothing beats I forget what brand it is. What is a good generic thing that's better than the brand name? That's tough. That's a tough question right there. You're asking the hard questions here. Charmin? No, not Charmin. There's another brand. I can't think of it. That's a tough question right there. You're asking the real hard questions. The real tough questions. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, such a good question. I can't even think of something. I don't know, rice cakes? I don't mind generic rice cakes. That's the only thing I can think of, because that's what I've been eating recently. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that besides rice cakes. But no sane person's probably eating rice cakes. Seem like a water from the hose kind of guy. Arrowhead, baby. Straight get those microplastics, bro. If it ain't got microplastics in it, I'm not interested. I need those microplastics. Nobody knows where you filled that up. Wherever Arrowhead does their does it say on the bottle? Hunter, I don't think it says. Ruby Mountain Spring, Chaffee County in Colorado. That's where it's from. That sweet, sweet Colorado spring water, baby. The best. Nothing but the best. With extra microplastics. When does this fucking release? How are the earnings not out yet? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense why the earnings not out yet. It's taking forever. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, I think it came out. It just didn't move. As, I mean, that prediction market thing told you everything you needed to know. To be fair. Let's see. Costco Wholesale Corporation reports second quarter and year-to-date operating results for fiscal 2026 and February sales results. Costco Wholesale today announced its operating results for the second quarter and first 24 weeks of fiscal 2026 and ended February 15th, 2026. Net sales for this quarter increased 9.1% to $68.24 billion from $62.53 billion last year. Net sales for the first 24 weeks increased 8.7% to $134.22 billion from $123.52 billion last year. Net income for the quarter was $2 billion, 4.58 per diluted share, compared to $1.78 billion or 4.02 per diluted share last year. Net income for the first 24 weeks was $4 billion, 9.08 per diluted share, compared to $3.59 billion or 8.06 per diluted share last year. For the 4-week reporting month of February ended March 1st, 2026, the company reported net sales of $21.69 billion, an increase of 9.5% from $19.81 billion last year. Net sales for the first 26 weeks were $144.85 billion, an increase of 8.6% from $133.36 billion last year. Lunar and Chinese New Year occurred on February 17th and 19th later this year. The shift positively impacted February other international and total company sales by approximately 4% and 0.5% respectively. Costco currently operates 924 warehouses, including 634 in the US and Puerto Rico, 114 in Canada, 42 in Mexico, 37 in Japan, 29 in the UK, 20 in Korea, 15 in Australia, 14 in Taiwan, 7 in China, 5 in Spain, 3 in France, 2 in Sweden, and 1 each in Iceland and New Zealand. Costco operates e-commerce sites in the US, Canada, UK, Mexico, Korea, Taiwan, Japan, and Australia. Okay, not very exciting. Not very exciting. You think prediction markets are eventually made illegal / heavily regulated? Oh yeah, for sure. Not until they become multi-billion-dollar companies though. For now, while they're still small, nobody cares. But once they become big enough to actually care, that's when it'll happen. Prediction markets are little fish. No guidance. I don't think so. I didn't see it. Maybe they'll have it in the earnings call. But I didn't see anything for like guidance or anything like that. I don't know if Costco gives guidance, to be fair. I don't think they did last time either. Maybe they do it. Maybe they only do it once a year on the fourth quarter. But I don't think Costco gives guidance. Yeah, Costco doesn't give guidance, I don't think. They might do it for the 10K, but that's about it. Slay the Spire 2 came out today. What's that? Oh, just some video game. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. What else had earnings today? Baba. Did Baba have earnings? Alibaba? Maybe. I think Alibaba's was in the morning. I don't know any of these things. Gap. I guess I know Gap. The Gap down 9%. Well, we should have streamed the Gap. We should have streamed the Gap. Oh well. Too late now. Smith & Wesson. Schmidt & Wesson. SWBI. Damn, up 13%. Shoo! Should have streamed Smith & Wesson. Streaming this Costco shit that doesn't even move. Actually, Rumble's what we should have streamed. Rumble's down 3.5%. That's what we should have streamed. Rumble's probably the most popular out of those. Like I said, only real investors invest in Costco, so you're just not gonna. I just don't think anyone who would look up an earnings call on YouTube cares about Costco. I just don't think that's the case. Still got a while till the earnings call starts. Pretty lame, pretty lame. Man, we probably should have streamed the Gap. I don't know. I don't know. Oh well. I'd rather listen to Costco's earnings call anyway, I think. Smith & Wesson would be an interesting earnings call, actually. It's a weird stock chart. Should we transition to Smith & Wesson? When does their earnings call start? At 5? Yeah, I might go to that. That could be an interesting one. Very volatile stock. I don't know. Do you think we should transfer to Smith & Wesson? I kind of do. I mean, it's up a fuck ton. I think we transfer. I think we do a 180 here. Where's their earnings call? Yep. Yeah, we're making a switch. We're making a switch here. Although I think Smith & Wesson's the better choice. I mean, it's up more as well. Stock actually moved. And I mean, we've already listened to Costco before. I've never listened to Smith & Wesson. Maybe we'll get some real Americans up in my stream, you know? Some real Americans. What do they do? Like guns? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Guns, guns, guns. Guns, guns, guns. Guns, guns, guns. There we go. Now I can make a stream clip too. It's actually something that moved. Now I can actually make a stream clip. I'm gonna try to do something different here. See if I can really fool some people here. Oh my gosh, I just lost $40,000 on Smith & Wesson puts, dude. It's up 12%, bro. Oh no. I feel like that was pretty convincing. I feel like that one was pretty convincing, bro. That one was pretty convincing. Someone's gonna watch that and actually think I lost $40,000. Somebody's gonna watch that and actually think I lost that much money. Maybe I should have made the clip a little bit longer because I think it was only like 10 seconds, but you gotta try some stuff, you know, you gotta try some new things every now and then. Oh my. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I just lost $40,000 on Smith & Wesson puts, dude. It's up 12%, bro. Oh no. Only 8 seconds long. That's pretty short, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. A little short, but I like the acting in that one. That's probably the most solid acting I've done. Somebody get me a role. Somebody get me a role in the new Stranger Things, bro. Oh wait, that movie, that show's trash? Oh, my bad. My bad. I forgot. Yeah, that stream clip I posted with Berkshire is trash. I'm deleting that. Garbage. 9 views. Like, what the fuck? It's fucking annoying. Can't post about fucking anything besides GameStop. Doesn't get any views. Can't post about anything besides fucking GameStop. You'll trend as the market's biggest loser. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Half speed? Nah, that's not. That doesn't work. I mean, yeah, that doesn't work. If people watch it at half speed, that works, but not if you post it at half speed. Probably should have did Rumble. I think Rumble's the only stock that probably would have any relative amount of popularity. But I'm actually interested in Smith & Wesson earnings. I put the live on half speed. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. Half speed sounds like you're hammered. Yeah, watching videos on half speed is weird. It's even weirder if you watch it on like 0.25 speed. Then it's really slow. Bro, how is this taking this long? It's a fucking 9-second video. It should not take this long. It's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I think I'm gonna watch all conspiracy theory videos at half speed. Maybe they'll make more sense. Maybe the videos will make more sense. Dude, how is this not uploading? That's actually insane, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way it's taking this long. There we go. That took way too long, bro. Apparently nobody cares about this stock either. But whatever. Whatever. The biggest shorts of all time. Most investors buy the biggest shorts. Isn't there? Didn't I do a second part of this too? Yeah. No, one. That was a fire article. I like that. Well, that was a really good article. Putting all of those things into one. Putting all of those. That was a really good article. Putting all of those things into one. Tesla example sounds exactly like screwed over, but he's still a gangster. Later, Moose. Have a good one, bro. Have a good one, bro. Good luck setting up the rest of your sim. Well, this is a rip. This is a rip. It's gonna be less people for this than Costco. Should have just stuck with Costco, I guess. But whatever. Had to try something different. Either way. Not gonna get like any views either way. Whatever one we stream. So yeah. Do that, bro. The short I just posted has got 3 fucking views. Like, what the fuck, bro? Not even promoting it through the fucking... Bro, that's actually so annoying. That is actually so annoying. My YouTube retirement might be coming soon, bro. Something doesn't give. Something doesn't give. My YouTube retirement might be coming soon, bro. It's all good, though. It's all good, though. It's been a fun ride. It's been a fun ride. The YouTube retirement tour. Do the pressure washer hustle in your area, easy money. I don't know, pressure washer. Pressure washers are like 3 bands. I'd just go walk dogs and fucking feed cats or something if I was gonna do anything. Just sucks ass, honestly. Just sucks ass. And it's still winter, so wouldn't be able to do pressure washing for like another 2 or 3 months, I would say. Thought about like being a personal trainer as well. I feel like I'd be pretty good at that. Pretty educated in the fitness space. It's just not scalable. Like walking animals and like feeding animals is pretty scalable. I mean, we saw that article like a week ago. About a week ago. Where the dude made like 20 grand in a month. Just fucking feeding cats. Like, that's so scalable. Pressure washing. I mean, it's scalable, but not really in the same sense. Takes like 5 minutes to feed a cat. $30 to walk a dog. I do that for Jake. Got his ass to lose 60 pounds now. Just help him for free, though. It's easy to motivate others. They don't need much. Yeah, and it's easy to... It's a actual thing that's, like, helpful for people. And you get to see the results. Not immediately, but if you can get the person to stick to it, they'll definitely see the results. That's crazy, though. 60 pounds? You must have been a big boy. I just have no desire to start a business because then I have to get on social media and promote it and like, ugh. There's so many things. So many things I just don't want to do. because I've already been down that road. Like, it's just so whack. Like, why does... I don't know. I feel like I'll be on a good streak of, like, posting good videos that do well, and then it just, like, randomly stops. It's kind of weird. Oh, now it's kind of promoting it. A little bit. A teensy bit. Like, it's crazy that the last Berkshire video I did like really well, but the one I just posted today, 10 views in like a few hours. Like, ugh. It just sucks, man. I mean, good thing I'm not like putting effort into these videos, because it would suck to put in like hours on a video and then have it get like no views. I mean, I've done that shit. That shit sucks. That's like the worst. So at least I'm posting videos, I'm not putting any effort in. So it's not really as big of a deal. But man, it does suck. Just win the lottery. Nah, I'm good. I would never play the lottery. Can't even play the lottery where I live. It's illegal. So you'd have to drive to a different state. And I'm not doing that. Wait, is this live? Ain't no way this is live. What the hell happened? Why did they do it? Why do they always do this, man? What the fuck just happened? Bruh. Where's the volume button? Oh my goodness, bro. Come on. There we go. There we go. Hard to win without playing. You'll never win the lottery, even if you play it. It'll just never happen. It's not even something that would ever happen. Make a dog poop cleanup business. It's actually a decent one. It's decent. Honestly, I feel like I'd rather just go get a normal job at that point. I'm not really trying to start a business. Adopt a bunch of dogs, have them poop on people's lawns at night first. Genius. That is genius right there, actually. Like, I noticed you got a lot of dog shit in your front lawn. Like, I don't have a dog. Like, oh. Well, certainly looks like you do. I'd buy a U-Haul sized truck and get into junk removal. I don't have 20, 30 bands for a fucking van, bro. There's barriers to entry to all this shit. So, like, I mean, not really dog poop cleanup, but there's barriers to entry to pressure washing. There's barriers to entry to junk removal. And in my opinion, 20, 30 grand is much more better off in GameStop shares than starting some business in the long run. You know, so far I've been wrong, but I think I'm pretty right about that. Especially when it comes to taxes and other things. Maintenance, or, you know, having a vehicle like that would be quite a bit. You're just buying a liability, honestly. Sure, you make money from the liability, but at the end of the day, it's still a liability. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Smith & Wesson. Should have stuck with Costco. Oh well. I mean, I guess we could double back. We could double back to Costco. Double back. I say we double back. I'd rather listen to Costco earnings. I just wanted to try something different. But that was a wrong move. A wrong move. We double back to Costco. The fuck's the conference call? Double back to Costco.
As well as other risks identified from time to time in the company's public statements and reports filed with the SEC. Forward-looking statements speak only as of the date they are made, and the company does not undertake to update these statements except as required by law. Comparable sales and comparable sales excluding impacts from changes in gasoline prices and foreign exchange are intended as supplemental information and are not a substitute for net sales presented in accordance with GAAP. Before we dive into our results, I'm delighted to say that Ron Bakras is once again joining me for today's call. I'll now hand over to Ron for some opening comments.
Thank you, Gary. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'll make a few brief comments about some key business priorities before turning it back over to Gary. Let me start by addressing tariffs, as I know this topic is of great interest to our members and our shareholders. The future impact of tariffs remains extremely fluid, as the recently eliminated IEEPA tariffs have now been replaced with new global tariffs for at least the next 150 days. Our buyers continue to act with great agility and urgency, always with the goal of reducing the impact of tariff on prices for our members. We believe our expertise in buying and our limited SKU count model puts us in a position to manage this as well as anyone. Our strategies include moving the country of production when that makes sense, consolidating buying efforts globally to lower the cost of goods, leaning in on Kirkland Signature where we have the most control of the supply chain, and sourcing more items domestically. Let's move to regarding IEEPA tariff refunds. It is not yet clear what the process will be, what refunds, if any, will be received, and when this will happen. Throughout the past year, we've taken action to reduce the impact of tariffs. In many cases, we didn't pass the full cost on to our members. The complexity of the tariffs implemented over the past year, including layering of different tariffs on top of each other and multiple changes in rates throughout the year, also made it challenging to track the exact impact to an individual item sold. As we've done in the past when legal challenges have recovered charges passed on in some form to our members, our commitment will be to find the best way to return this value to our members through lower prices and better values. We'll be transparent in how we plan to do this if and when we receive any refunds. At Costco, we always want to be the first to lower prices and the last to raise them. During the second quarter, we lowered prices on key items such as eggs, cheese, coffee, and some paper products as we saw lower inflation in these commodities. We will continue to be a pricing authority, and as some tariffs have been reduced, we are lowering prices on affected items such as certain textiles, bedding, and cookware SKUs. Turning to our growth priorities, as I shared last quarter, our real estate and operations teams are focused on increasing our pipeline of new warehouses both domestically and internationally. Since our last call, we opened 4 warehouses, including 1 relocation in the U.S., 1 net new U.S. location, and 2 additional Canadian business centers. This brings our total warehouse count to 924 warehouses worldwide. We currently expect to have 28 net new openings in fiscal year 26 and are targeting 30-plus new openings per year in the coming years. In digital, we continue to make strides with our roadmap to deliver a more seamless experience for members in warehouse and online. In the warehouses, we're achieving meaningful improvements in the speed of checkout, employee productivity, both as a result of our mobile wallet enhancements, pharmacy pay ahead, and the rollout of employee pre-scan technology. We're also piloting automated pay stations that will allow members to pay for their pre-scanned orders seamlessly, with an average transaction time of around 8 seconds. Early results show this is improving the flow of traffic, and we've received great member feedback. On our digital sites, we continue to roll out new personalization capabilities, which are resonating well with our members and are starting to have measurable impact on e-commerce sales growth. As consumers embrace AI and their shopping habits, we believe our commitments to providing the best value on great quality items can make Costco a beneficiary of these shifts. We're working closely with the leading AI companies to ensure our values will be visible to existing and potential future Costco members as they engage with these tools. With that, I'll turn it back over to Gary to discuss the results for the quarter, and I'll jump back on during Q&A to field some questions.
Thanks, Ron. In today's press release, we reported operating results for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026, the 12 weeks ending February the 15th. As usual, we published a slide deck under events and presentations on our investor website with supplemental information to support today's press release. Net income for the second quarter came in at $2.035 billion, or $4.58 per diluted share, up nearly 14% from $1.788 billion, or $4.02 per diluted share in the second quarter last year. Net sales for the second quarter were $68.24 billion, an increase of 9.1% from $62.53 billion in Q2 2025. Comparable sales were up 7.4%, or 6.7% adjusted for gas price deflation and FX. Excluding gas sales entirely and adjusting for the impact of foreign exchange, comparable sales were up 7.4%. Digitally enabled comparable sales were up 22.6%, or 21.7% adjusted for FX. Our segment breakout of comparable sales is disclosed in both our earnings release and the supplemental slide deck. In terms of Q2 comp sales metrics, FX positively impacted sales by approximately 1.4%, while gas price deflation negatively impacted sales by approximately 0.7%. Traffic or shopping frequency increased 3.1% worldwide. Our average transaction or ticket was up 4.2% worldwide and 3.5% excluding gas price deflation and changes in FX. Moving down the income statement to membership fee income. We reported membership fee income of $1.355 billion, an increase of $162 million or 13.6% year over year. Adjusting for FX, the increase was 12.2%. The September 2024 US and Canada membership fee increase accounted for about 1/3 of our membership income growth. Excluding the membership fee increase and FX, membership income grew 7.5% year over year. This was driven by continued growth in our membership base and upgrades to executive memberships. At Q2 end, we had 40.4 million paid executive memberships, up 9.5% versus last year. We ended the quarter with 82.1 million total paid members, up 4.8% versus last year, and 147.2 million cardholders, up 4.7% year over year. In terms of renewal rates, at Q2 end, our US and Canada renewal rate was 92.1%, down 10 basis points from last quarter, and the worldwide rate came in at 89.7%, unchanged from last quarter. The slight decline in the US and Canada renewal rate was due to the factors we have discussed in prior quarters and reflects new online members growing as a percentage of our total base and renewing at a slightly lower rate than warehouse signups. We continue to focus on increasing the renewal rate of these new online members through targeted digital communications and retention strategies, and those efforts partially offset the negative effect of the increased penetration of online signups. Turning to gross margin, our reported rate was higher year over year by 17 basis points and higher 11 basis points without gas deflation, coming in at 11.02% compared to 10.85% last year. Core was lower by 3 basis points and lower by 7 basis points excluding gas deflation. In terms of core margins on their own sales, our core-on-core margins were higher by 22 basis points. The increase in core-on-core margins was broad-based, with non-foods, food and sundries, and fresh all higher year over year. The difference between reported core margins and core-on-core margins was driven by mix changes, as well as higher 2% executive rewards and lower income from our co-brand credit card program compared to last year. Ancillary and other businesses' gross margin was higher by 19 basis points, or 17 basis points excluding gas deflation. This was driven by higher gas profitability and strong growth in pharmacy. LIFO negatively impacted the gross margin rate by 4 basis points. We had a $12 million LIFO charge in Q2 this year compared to a $12 million credit in Q2 last year. This quarter's gross margin rate also included a non-recurring legal settlement, which had a positive impact of 5 basis points. Moving on to SG&A, our reported SG&A rate was higher or worse year over year by 13 basis points, and higher or worse by 8 basis points without gas deflation, coming in at 9.19% compared to last year's 9.06%. The operations component of SG&A was higher or worse by 2 basis points, but better or lower by 2 basis points, excluding the impact of gas deflation. Our operators once again did a great job improving productivity and capturing efficiency benefits from the technology investments we've recently implemented. These productivity improvements fully offset last year's wage investments and any impact of extended operating hours. Central was higher or worse by 4 basis points and higher by 3 basis points, excluding the impact of gas deflation. This quarter's SG&A also included an increase in general liability reserves to reflect higher expected future costs for prior year claims not yet settled. This negatively impacted the rate by 6 basis points. Below the operating income line, interest expense was $33 million versus $36 million last year. Interest income was $140 million versus $109 million last year, driven by higher cash balances. And FX and other was an $8 million benefit this year versus a $33 million benefit last year, largely due to changes in FX. In terms of income taxes, our tax rate in Q2 was 25.2% compared to 26.2% in Q2 last year. Turning now to some key items of note in the quarter. Capital expenditure in Q2 was $1.29 billion. We estimate CapEx for the full year will be approximately $6.5 billion as we continue to invest in building a larger pipeline of new warehouses, remodeling our existing warehouses to drive continued growth in high-volume buildings, expanding our depot network to support operations, and enhancing the member digital experience. In terms of merchandising highlights, the Lunar New Year celebration this year showcased our merchants' global buying expertise. We were able to introduce many exciting new items for our members that help drive growth across fresh, foods and sundries, and non-food categories in the US and our international markets. Some of the best sellers included items ranging from duck and quail eggs, Year of the Horse-inspired gold jewelry and bullion, and Shine Muscat grapes. We also had a very successful Valentine's Day. In fact, laid out stem to stem, the roses we sold in the US for Valentine's Day this year would have stretched all the way from Seattle to New York City and back again. Fresh comparable sales were up low double digits in the quarter, led by meat and bakery. In meat, we saw strong growth in both premium cuts of beef and lower cost proteins such as ground beef and poultry. In bakery, we continue to see success with the launch of exciting new items like the chocolate hazelnut mini beignets and a variety of seasonal pastries and cookies. Non-food comp sales were up high single digits in Q2. Top performing departments were gold and jewelry, tires, majors, health and beauty, and small electrics. Unique items continue to play an important role in creating excitement for our members in non-foods, and our second quarter sales included a $150,000 emerald cut 5.8 carat diamond ring, a $20,000 Babe Ruth autographed baseball, and nearly 200 luxury Whisper golf carts at an average price of approximately $9,000. In food and sundries, comps grew mid-single digits, led by candy and packaged foods. While egg price deflation is expected to continue to be a headwind to sales in food and sundries for the foreseeable future, we're seeing significant unit and market share growth in eggs because of our strong value proposition. Overall inflation decreased slightly in Q2 as we saw lower inflation in foods and sundries and fresh, led by deflation in produce, eggs, and dairy. This was partially offset by slightly higher inflation in non-foods. The supply chain was also relatively stable in Q2, and our merchants feel good about our current inventory position heading into the spring. That said, as we look at the rest of the fiscal year, the situation in the Middle East could impact fuel costs and shipping schedules if there is instability in the region for a sustained period of time. Kirkland Signature remains a top focus to deliver great value for our members, with KS items typically offering 15 to 20% value compared to the national brand alternative with equal or better quality. In Q2, we launched approximately 30 new KS items, including crispy wings, blackened salmon, and various apparel items. As Ron mentioned earlier, our goal is to be the first to lower prices where we see opportunities to do so, and a few examples this quarter included KS butter from $13.89 at the end of Q1 to $8.49 at the end of Q2, 12-count KS organic coconut water from $12.79 to $10.99, KS organic seaweed from $10.99 to $9.99, and 2-liter KS Italian extra virgin olive oil from $29.99 to $24.99. Within ancillary businesses, pharmacy and food court experienced double-digit comparable sales growth, and optical and hearing had high single-digit growth. Gas comps were negative mid-single digits, driven by mid to high single-digit price deflation, partially offset by gallon growth. Turning to digital, site traffic in the quarter was up 32%, and app traffic was up 45%. Sales of pharmacy, gold and jewelry, toys, tires, small electrics, special events, and housewares all grew double digits year over year. And our same-day delivery service offered through Instacart, Uber Eats, and DoorDash continue to grow at a faster pace than our overall digital sales. The enhancements we are making to deliver a more personalized digital experience for our members are starting to create measurable impacts. In Q2, our personalized product recommendation carousels drove over $470 million of e-commerce sales, and our newly modernized product display pages are driving incremental sales on our .com site, as well as increased traffic to our same-day sites. We have a clear roadmap for future digital enhancements and believe these will allow us to continue to grow digitally enabled sales at a faster pace than overall sales. Finally, a brief update on our February sales results for the 4 weeks ended this past Sunday, March the 1st. Net sales for the month came in at $21.69 billion, an increase of 9.5% from $19.81 billion last year. Comparable sales were as follows. The US was up 5.2% or 6% adjusted for gas deflation and FX. Canada was up 12.8% or 9.3% adjusted for gas deflation and FX. Other international was up 17.9% or 10.9% adjusted for gas deflation and FX. And this resulted in total company comp sales of plus 7.9% or plus 7% adjusted for gas deflation and FX. Digitally enabled sales were up 21.8% or 20.8% adjusted for FX. Total company comparable sales for the month, excluding all gas sales and the impact of foreign exchange, was 7.8%. As a reminder, Lunar and Chinese New Year occurred on February the 17th, 19 days later this year. This shift positively impacted February other international and total company sales by approximately 4% and 0.5% respectively. Our comp traffic or frequency for February was up 3% worldwide and 1.5% in the US. Foreign currencies year over year relative to the US dollar positively impacted total and comparable sales as follows. Canada by approximately 5%, other international by approximately 8%, and total company by approximately 1.7%. Gas price deflation negatively impacted total reported comp sales by approximately 85 basis points. The average worldwide selling price per gallon was down 7.5% versus last year. Worldwide, the average transaction was up 4.8%, which includes the impacts from gas deflation and FX. Excluding gas deflation and FX, average transaction was up 3.9%. In terms of regional and merchandising categories, the general highlights were as follows. U.S. regions with the strongest comparable sales were the Midwest, Northwest, and Southeast. Other international in local currencies, we saw the strongest results in China, Taiwan, and Korea. The negative impact of cannibalization was approximately 60 basis points for the total company. Moving to merchandise highlights, the following comparable sales results by category for the month exclude the positive impact of foreign exchange. Food and sundries were positive mid-single digits. Better performing departments included candy, food, and frozen foods. Fresh foods were positive low double digits. Better performing departments included meat and bakery. Non-foods were positive mid-single digits. Better performing departments included jewelry, majors, and small appliances. Ancillary business sales were up mid to high single digits. Pharmacy, food court, and optical were the top performers. Gas was down low to mid-single digits, driven by price per gallon changes year over year. In terms of upcoming releases, we will announce our March sales results for the 5 weeks ending Sunday, April the 5th, on Wednesday, April the 8th after market close. That concludes our prepared remarks, and we'll now open the line up for questions.
Thank you, and we'll now begin the question and answer session. If you have dialed in and would like to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand and join the queue. If you would like to withdraw your question, simply press star 1 a second time. If you're called upon to ask your question and are listening via speakerphone on your device, please pick up your handset and ensure that your phone is not on mute when asking your question. To be able to take as many questions as possible, we ask that you please limit yourself to 1 question. Again, it is star 1 to join the queue. And our first question comes from the line of Chris Horvers with JP Morgan. Your line is open.
Thanks. Good evening, guys. So a bit of a near-term question here. There's been a lot of noise in January and February on the weather, whether there was a net benefit to January. One of your competitors talked about a headwind into February because of the weather. So could you reconcile how the weather dynamics affected the first 2 months of the year? And then similarly, gold has been very spiked into the beginning of January, has pulled back a little bit here in February. So how are you thinking about how that impacted the business in those 2 months? And how do you think about that, how that could play out for the rest of the year? Thanks so much.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Thanks for the questions. Maybe on the first part of the question, on the weather, I think our general view is that it certainly created some volatility during the first 2 months of the year, but we wouldn't really call anything out, I don't think, that would say we think there's a major sort of impact when you look at the total sales results that we posted in January and February. I think the one thing that I probably would mention is that our traffic visits were a little bit lighter in the US in February. The thing that we think may have caused that to look a little bit lighter was because of the weather. We had, in the Northeast in particular, we had 55 warehouses that were closed for a full day, and then took a couple of days for the local communities to get back up to sort of speed. So I don't know that we call out, when you look at the actual total sales, that there was anything there that we'd want to call out, but I do think there might have been some impact on visits when you look at the sort of year-over-year growth there in the February results. But beyond that, I don't think there's anything that we would say that we'd look at in our results and say it was a major impact that should be adjusted for. And then I think more broadly, I'll maybe just answer it in general terms. You mentioned the question around gold. I think, as we look at the overall state of the consumer and our members and how they're shopping, and I think it really is a generally big picture, a continuation of the trends that we've seen over the last few quarters, where for sure members are very focused on quality and value, and newness and excitement. Exciting new items are very important, but when you deliver on those things, we're seeing our members are willing to and have the capacity to spend. And I think the fact that our buyers continue to find new and exciting items have resulted in our overall sales results each month. When you strip out the noise around calendar shifts and strip out the noise around sort of short-term blitz when there's questions around port strikes and tariffs, overall our results have been very consistent in that 6 or 7%. So I really wouldn't say there's anything, certainly changes in different items, because as we've adjusted assortment to reflect whether it's tariffs or different member preferences, but overall very consistent in terms of the results that we've seen.
Thanks very much.
And our next question comes from the line of Michael Lasser with UBS. Your line is open.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking my question. John, you highlighted several innovations that you are currently implementing or testing to improve the member experience, as well as increasing the efficiency of the business. Did you size the potential savings from things like prepaying your card or line breaking from your associates? And then as part of that, to what degree will you take those savings, reinvest it back in areas like the store wages, store labor, and or price? And are you starting to see any diminishing returns on the investments that historically Costco's been making and have proven to be quite fruitful? Thank you.
You're very welcome. The digital enhancements we're making both online and in the warehouse have all been very beneficial for us. In the warehouse, as you use the example of the pharmacy, our pharmacy business is very strong. Traffic has been significantly up, and the adoption of the new digital enhancements have really allowed us to maintain the staffing we have in place and then handle this new growth of volume we're seeing. It's improving the member experience, and it's making the throughput much better, be it the pharmacy app that we've developed or the pay ahead that we have in our warehouses. So it's very accretive to us handling this new volume and being efficient as we do that. So we do see some good tailwinds behind that as that moves forward. As far as investing in the business, seeing the same values in that, no, we feel that we still get the same return from our members as we continue to invest in the business out there. And the members are responding very nicely to it, both with traffic and with sales that we see as well. So we feel good that we will continue to reinvest. That's what we do. both in employees and in pricing and in the business overall, and expansion, as Gary mentioned, and I mentioned in the earlier talk that we just had. And we're not only expanding buildings, we're relocating, and we're also upgrading the insides of a lot of our older warehouses too. So we continue to put the money back into the company to drive top line sales and grow our business globally.
What's up, Bruno?
Thanks
How you
very much, and
doing?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hope you're doing good.
And our next question comes from the line of Chuck Grom with Gordon Haskett. Your line is open.
Hey, Gary, around. Hope you're well. The inventory levels continue to be very well managed. I'm curious, as you look ahead to the spring and summer, are you making any notable changes to the assortment akin to some of the changes you made last fall? And then with rising gas prices in the near term, can you just remind us historically the crossover traffic that you typically see into the club on like-for-like hours?
Sure. As far as mix goes, going into the spring and summer, we feel we're going back to a little more traditional than we've seen last year. The supply chain is balanced out a little bit more. We feel good about the sourcing moves that we've made. So we feel, as far as timing goes, selection, SKU counts, we're back on track again with where we were the year prior. So I feel good about the lineup that we have. We feel good about production. Shipments until the most recent undertakings have really been, everything's been on time and moving through very well. So we haven't seen any disruptions from the Middle East in our regular merchandise flow, but we're watching that very cautiously and we're staying on top of that. So we feel good about the spring and summer, and then as we forecast out into the fall, we feel we're in a good place. As far as gas, I'll let Gary answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Chuck, on gas, generally speaking, we see about half of members that will shop at the gas station will also cross shop at the warehouse. And obviously, it's, as Ron mentioned, early days to know what the impact longer term might be from events in the Middle East at the moment. But generally speaking, if gas prices start to increase, then we tend to see our value proposition resonates better with members, just because obviously we want to be the pricing authority on gas, and so when prices are higher, that will tend to cause members to, maybe take the extra mile that it might be involved to get to the gas station because of the incremental value they see there. But obviously, we'll have to see what happens with gas prices over the coming months there.
Are they getting rid of the hot dog or something? I missed that.
Thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of Simeon Gutman with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Hey guys, I have two unrelated questions. First, the competitive openings are stepping up this year. I imagine there's maybe some membership impact in nearby openings from competitors. Is there anything above and beyond? And then the second part is, if a customer speaks to an LLM, how do you show up, or how do you want to show up? And are you seeing any opportunities to convert members? Thank you.
You're welcome. As far as the new openings coming up, it won't have a negative effect on our membership. We won't see those big swells of new markets that we would see when you go into an existing building. So it balances that out. It really drives our sales with frequency and visits. As we relieve a high volume warehouse, those tend to build back very quickly. And so we may not see the traditional number of new members, but frequency of members and those type of things start really ramping up in those markets as we see. So we don't see a negative effect, but we don't see the big tailwind we saw with new signups as we would in a new market as well. And for the LLM, and I'll take a shot at that, the biggest thing we feel with our quality and our value is we want to show up everywhere we can and everywhere we can. And we want to make sure that Costco is surfacing with all these partners, that we feel very confident with our values and our prices. If we're coming up on all these searches, we're gonna evade very well with those. So I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Gary.
Yeah, well, the only thing, Ron, maybe just come back to your first answer. I didn't know if, Simeon, your question was when competitors are opening warehouses too. And I guess I would say that really we don't see any meaningful impact on our membership base or membership growth when we feel we operate today very effectively across the U.S., competing against very different operators. And we tend to focus on being our own toughest competitor, of finding ways of how can we lower prices and continue to deliver more value. And so generally speaking, there's nothing I would call out that we see an impact to our membership base when we're competing against different operators in each market.
Okay, thanks guys.
And our next question comes from the line of John Heinbockel with Guggenheim. Your line is open.
Hey Ron, two maybe international questions, but Can you talk about, so Canada AUVs is now approaching 300 million. Thoughts, and you're still growing, right? So thoughts on, shoppability, capacity in those clubs. And I know you're be opening business centers. So thoughts on that. And then secondly, I think you're going to open 3 outside of international, outside of Canada this year. What does the pipeline look like in 27 and 28? Because I think you do want to ramp that up, much higher than it is today.
Okay. Yeah. As far as Canada goes, we have 114 buildings now, and we have had some very good success with infilling and even opened up a couple of new markets in the recent 2 years. Our volume per location is quite high in that market. We have done several things. The technology that we've done in the U.S., we're using in Canada as well. We've recently expanded operating hours in all of our Canadian buildings to help offset some of the traffic increases. So we feel that we've got a very good path of expansion in Canada over the next 5 years, and we feel good that we'll be able to maintain a good high average volume per location and continue to infill with some great incremental sales there as well. Internationally, yes, they take a little bit longer before we bring these to fruition as opposed to being in North America, but we feel very good about the future from 27 on in our international markets as we continue to see performance both in Asia and Europe to be very strong. And so we look forward to some good growth expansions. We feel a good balance as we've had in the past, with a good portion of our locations being outside North America and an equal amount being here domestically as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And our next question comes from the line of Kate McShane with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I wondered if I could tack on to the real estate question and just ask about the fact that you noted some new opportunities in real estate are allowing you to enter into markets that you didn't think you could enter into previously. How should we think about this longer term, and how it will influence maybe the number of units you open in a year domestically?
Okay. Well, we're not changing the model, but we are being a little more creative with the use of things like parking decks. I know it's been announced what we're doing in Los Angeles with the residents above our locations. So we are getting a little more creative. If we want to get into some of these inner cities where you're not going to find 25 acres available for us to go into, so how can we infill in some of these very strong markets like Los Angeles, New York, different places, with a unique model for Costco that is going to allow us to continue to expand. We've done a lot of these things in the past. We've proven out the models in Asia, and we've got some very unique business models, and also in Europe as well, that have served us very well. So it's not new to the company. It's a little newer to the U.S., but we feel very good about how we can be efficient. We can maintain, the Costco experience in all of these warehouses, but being a little bit, a little more creative than a standard 25-acre site with 800 parks and one-level parking decks out there as well. So that's where we're seeing a lot of the openness to the opportunities to partner with others and get into markets that could have been otherwise tough to get into.
And Kate, I think that's kind of allowing us to be able to have more confidence in that plan to achieve that 30 warehouse a year goal that we talked about the last couple of earnings calls. And when we talk about 30 a year, we look at sort of generally a 5 to 10 year time horizon for warehouses, and we feel like that 30 sort of target a year is there to be achieved for that sort of time horizon, and that's the goal that we're working towards as we look at the plan. And roughly just over half of those we think would be in the US, and just under half would be in the rest of the world if you include Mexico, Canada, Asia, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand in that broader rest of the world category.
Thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of Edward Kelly with Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. I was hoping that you could expand on core margins in the quarter, and then maybe how we should be thinking about the back half. The compare seems a little bit tougher there, but just thoughts on how we should be thinking about that would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I'll take a step back overall on gross margin. We were pleased with the quarter overall in gross margin. As you heard us say, that the overall result was, if you adjust for gas deflation, was up 11 basis points, but we had a gain for a non-recurring legal settlement in there for 6 basis points. So overall, we look at it as being up by 5 basis points in the quarter, and being able to achieve that growth when we were also lowering prices for members and managing the impact of tariffs. I think the team did a really good job of being able to stay the course in making sure we were delivering more value while also being able to deliver a good financial outcome for our shareholders. On the core specifically side of it, as you heard us say, we were up 22 basis points. I wouldn't say there's one particular sort of driver of that. It's similar to the themes we shared the last couple of quarters. I think during Q2 in particular, partly would have had some benefit when you look at, we've shared, I know in prior discussions, that when we see prices coming down, as we saw in some of the deflationary items, often that's a time that's helpful to us because we can lead the sort of the world down with lower prices for our members, but because we turn the inventory so quickly, we also tend to get some financial benefit in there. And then we're continuing to work on supply chain efficiencies, and Kirkland Signature penetration continues to improve. So there's a number of different sort of factors, I would say, that help with that. At the same time, as you heard us say, there were some offsets in core because we paid higher 2% rewards. We were lapping some higher income in the credit card program. There is some mix shift as well because our pharmacy business is growing and our e-commerce business are both growing at a faster pace than our core sales. So they kind of dilute some of the impact when you look at the total core margin growth. And I share all that context because I think from our perspective, when you think about looking forward, the rate is going to fluctuate and the different elements are going to fluctuate quarter to quarter. And we tend to not get too fixated on one individual element of the margin. Our goal is to run the business holistically for the long term. And my comment earlier about some slight improvement in the gross margin rate while lowering prices and continuing to manage the business effectively is how we tend to think about delivering value for, first of all, our members and in turn that resulting in member shareholders. So when you look at the trajectory, I think I would focus less on one individual metric. I think where I would come back to is if you look at the quarter overall, we were up about 6 basis points. If you look at the last 12 to 24 months, generally our gross margin has been stable and has grown slightly, and there's been puts and takes with core on core and the other elements that I mentioned. But our focus is really on running the business for the long term and making sure we're delivering value for members. But we do think through some of the efficiencies that we create, we can, we are slightly expanding margin, but it's only slightly because, as Ron mentioned, really where we see meaningful benefit, we're reinvesting it in the member to make sure that we're driving top line sales.
Great, thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of Rupesh Parikh with Oppenheimer. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. So just going back to membership growth, so what's up 5% this quarter? So if you can maybe walk through some of the dynamics at play, and then as you look at your same club membership growth rates, just how those are trending versus your expectations. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rupesh. So maybe again, just taking a step back, big picture, we were pleased with the membership results for the quarter. We saw, I think you heard us say in the prepared remarks, 7.5% growth in membership fee income if you adjust out the fee increase in FX. So underlying really strong member loyalty and member fee income growth during the quarter. That was the bigger sort of part of that was the 9% growth in upgrades, which I think shows that the impact of the $10 Instacart credit that we're offering each month for online shopping and the extended hours and some of the other benefits that we've added are resonating with our members and increasing the level of upgrades. You mentioned the overall paid membership was a driver of that too. It was up about 4.8% during the quarter. As you said, Rupesh, it is a little bit lower than it's been over the last year or so. The last couple of quarters have been around that 5% mark. I think there's really three things that I would call out there. One is that we have seen over the last year or so less new warehouse openings in sort of genuinely new markets. And generally speaking, when we open in a Japan or a China, there's a dramatic increase and spike in the number of new members. So they certainly help to inflate the overall membership growth. And we really haven't had a meaningful number of those in the last year or so. So that's having an impact on slowing down the rate of growth. Secondly, I'd say we are cycling some strong new member signups a year ago. So we're having some impact as we cycle those and still seeing strong member signups, but certainly we're sort of lapping some higher growth that we saw this time last year. And then I think, I'd also probably say if you look at the long-term growth rate, as I mentioned, certainly we've had growth at a higher rate when there have been times where we've had those large new warehouse openings with inflated new members, and we've had peaks at certain times where we've seen higher member signups. if you look at our long-term growth rate, it really is in more of that 5% growth range in terms of new members. So I think it's kind of maybe resting more closer to where the long-term growth rate has been. And we think there's still plenty of opportunities to keep growing the membership base, whether it's through adding new benefits as we did some of those this year, whether it's existing warehouses continuing to mature and growing their membership base, as I mentioned earlier, improving the renewal rates as we're making good progress in those as well. And then in our international markets, we tend to be, while we have a large member base per warehouse, the executive membership base tends to be lower penetrated in those areas as well. So I think there's lots of opportunity for continued growth, but I think those would be the 3 points that I would call out as being the main drivers of us at a slightly lower rate year over year than we've been in the quarters prior to the last 2.
Great, thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of David Bellinger with Mizuho. Your line is open.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for the question. It's on renewal rates. The U.S. down about 10 basis points, worldwide flat. So is this the real bottom here? And given the way you calculate renewal rates, do you have a certain timeline or time frame in mind when you can see this data set start to improve and move back up again? And then separately, we've noticed some in-warehouse activity, maybe giving out a free item when you sign your membership up for auto renew. Can you talk about the uptake for that program and how that's helping renewal rate as well? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. As you mentioned, we called out a few quarters ago that we were seeing a slight decline in the overall membership renewal rate, and you characterized it very, very well, which is as we've started to see a meaningful increase over recent years in the number of digital members signing up, they do generally renew at a slightly lower rate. And so as they've been building as a percentage of the total base, it's been a real positive for us in terms of adding younger new members and helping with total revenue growth. And some of the comments I made about membership growth, responding to Rupesh's question earlier. But it has had an impact when you blend those into the total mix of members, it does bring down slightly the overall renewal rate. When we called that out 2 or 3 quarters ago, we said we probably have a few more quarters where we'd expect to see a continuation of a slight decline in the renewal rate, because there is that sort of math where those numbers are feeding into the overall renewal calculation. It does bring down the average. I think we were pleased to see that the global rate actually was flat during this quarter, and the US rate was only down 10 basis points, as you mentioned. So I think it shows that we're making some good progress with the impact that we thought would happen through the maturation of those online members coming into the overall number, but also with some of the initiatives that we've been driving around contacting and engaging with those new digital members through digital communications, through retention strategies. And if we'd have just played out the impact we would have expected without any of that activity, it would have been a higher decline just with the math of the number of digital members that were feeding into the overall renewal rate calculation. So we are seeing and showing some impact of the benefit of those programs. The auto renewal is something we've been focused on for some time. We believe as more members have grown over time, there's a real benefit in helping the member from a convenience point of view, having auto renew, and of course it helps us with membership renewal rates as well. So that's something we've had as a program for a while now, and there are certain times where we'll raise the awareness of it in the warehouse for our employees to have a talking point with a promotion of some sort as well. So overall, I think we feel that we're seeing what we expected with the change in the renewal rate. It has slowed down. As we called out before, we may still have a few more quarters where it's kind of reaching that maturation point, but we are very focused on those retention programs and have been pleased with the way that's adjusted the trajectory, and would be targeting for that to continue.
And our next question comes from the line of Greg Millich with Evercore ISI. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to follow up on inflation. You mentioned how I believe it was a little bit less this quarter than prior quarter, and I'm just curious how much less. If we look at that ticket up 3.4 in the U.S., could we say that inflation was maybe 100 bips of it, down from 150, or maybe just sort of frame it?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Greg. On inflation in general, you heard it exactly right, that we did see. We've been talking about low to mid single digit inflation. It was slower in the second quarter, trending towards sort of low single digits, I guess. Now, I'll caveat that with that was Q2. Obviously, the world's changed a little bit since we gave that update, and so we'll have to see how things play out with the situation in the Middle East. But certainly, as we look at what happened during the second quarter for us, fresh and food and sundries really drove the lower inflation overall. Ron mentioned it, but we've seen deflation in produce, eggs, butter, cheese, some of these commodities, and they have a meaningful impact, as you might imagine, on food and sundries in particular. We do still see some areas of the business that are inflationary. Beef remains fairly inflationary, and candy still seeing some of the flow through that we've seen historically and some of the commodity impacts there as well. So, but net, fresh and food and sundry would have been lower in Q2 than they were in Q1. We saw a little bit of increased inflation in non-foods. Again, modest, I would say, and it wasn't a big impact as you heard us talk about the LIFO impact. So it's still low single-digit inflation in non-foods, and that would be a little bit of the sort of flowing through of tariffs in a couple of areas, and gold, of course, was inflationary during the quarter as well. So overall, sort of tying it to your question about basket, I think it kind of depends on how you define the impact of inflation. We tend to look at it, are there more items in the basket, which would be the units, and they're certainly growing. And then we break down, or we'd look at inflation as being two components. One would be the price part that I just mentioned, and the other part will be mix changes. So has the item changed in the basket, or has the size of the item changed in the basket? And we really don't kind of necessarily pull those apart, but directionally to your point, that the inflation as in the actual price increases would only have been a fraction of the total, and the mix changes and the increasing units would have been a meaningful part of the growth as well.
Got it. Gold bars are helping the mix.
It's broader than gold bars, but I think certainly gold bars have been a great example for us actually of where it's one of those examples where it's certainly been a tailwind to the business, but the amount of interest it drives around the brand and the traffic it drives to our websites and some of the cross-selling it drives there, it's been I think it's been a nice surprise of, yes, it's been a great way to deliver value for members, but it's actually, I think, helped elevate other parts of our business too by raising more awareness of the things we have to offer online, for example.
That's great. Thanks and good luck.
Thanks, Greg.
you.
And our next question comes from the line of Oliver Chen with TD Cowen. Your line is open.
Hi, Ron and Gary. On the digital advertising frontier, there's a lot of great opportunity ahead. Would love your thoughts on what the roadmap looks like there, as well as marketplaces. And then as you zoom out on AI, you're having a lot of great success so far. AI is a technology that involves a lot of different partners, but you've had so much internal excellence. Like, what are your thoughts on balancing that development and innovation around AI? And as you look forward, do you have an idea, will it impact pricing, supply chain, merchandising, or membership engagement more or less, or probably all of the above, but would love your earlier views on where it might be most impactful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Oliver. I'll just try and canter through those relatively quickly. On advertising, I think we've shared before, as I think that we have a meaningful amount of dollars that we generate from sort of media revenue today, and that is growing double digits. We have over, I think it's now 1,000 of our suppliers that participate in engaging with us through placement or sort of being able to provide promotional opportunities for them. From a retail media perspective, we think of that as being somewhat of a new opportunity around how do we get into sort of connect into more of those marketing dollars that our vendors and suppliers are spending. Our first priority is really to build the capabilities internally around delivering more personalized, relevant communication to our members. And you heard me mention in prepared remarks, we're starting to see a few nice examples now where as we build in more of that relevant communication for our members, we're seeing them really respond in a positive way in driving either visits or items in the basket. So really encouraged by that. I'd say we're still in the early innings with retail media because while we've been doing that, we're definitely testing and doing some programs with our suppliers on things like digital TV and targeted MVM amplifications, but they're really kind of the early learning stages. And I think as we continue to build that personalization capability, we think we'll see some additional benefit really throwing through in advertising. I will sort of caveat as always with, our expectation of ourselves is that we'll reinvest the vast majority of that to really deliver more value for the member and drive more top line sales as we do with everything that we do. On the marketplace, I think it's for us, it's really, it's been a case of where are there places that we can find services and value that offers more value to our members. We've seen, I think, some really good progress on things like installation services and new values that we can offer around, whether it's garden furniture or garden fixtures and windows and some of these areas where we see opportunities to really bring unique value to our member with great partners who deliver great quality and value. So there's certainly focus there. And then I would broaden it to some of the services that we offer. So you think about things like Costco travel, and think about some of the additional services that we're offering to members that, again, are unique ways in which we can deliver value. And we've been finding a lot of success in really deepening loyalty with members there and growing those elements. That's kind of probably the biggest part of, as we think about sort of the marketplace concept of where we think the value can resonate with our members. On AI, I think for us, it's really, we look at it through the lens of we think we have a clear view of how we can deliver value for our members and how we support our employees. And so our focus with AI in general is where can it make us better at who we are? We're not really trying to chase things that aren't core to Costco. We think that's been key to what allowed us to navigate previous technology and digital sort of evolutions in the marketplace. And we're really focused on where are the places that we think AI can make us better for our members, can deliver more value for our members, can help our employees be more productive so that we can pay them better and we can deliver more value for our members. So really that's our overall philosophical approach there, but still early days but encouraged by the work we've been doing.
Thanks for tackling those. Best regards.
Thanks, Oliver.
Thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of Scott Ciccarelli with Truist Securities. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. I know it's only been about 2 years or so, but the last time you had this much cash on the balance sheet, you did pay out a special dividend. So is that something we could see in the next few quarters? And I guess on a related front, just given how quickly cash is now building for you, could we see payouts on a more frequent basis than maybe what we've seen in the past? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I wouldn't say our financial strategy has really changed significantly as we think about cash. First, our first priority, of course, is always to invest in the business. And as you've seen, we've been investing more capital in the last couple of years to support Ron's priorities that he shared earlier around ensuring we've got the strong pipeline of new warehouses, ensuring that we're investing in our existing warehouses to improve the member experience and support the tremendous growth that we've seen in those warehouses. We're investing in depots and expanding the network there, not only to support our warehouses, but also support the e-commerce growth that we're seeing. And we're investing in digital. And we think there's plenty of opportunities to continue to invest, and we feel good about the returns we can generate from those investments. I think you're right. We are seeing strong cash flow buildup. The great thing about our model is it generates significant free cash flow. And even with the investments we're making, we're seeing continued growth in that cash. Our general priorities are subject to board approval. We want to continue to grow the regular dividend because we think that's a core sort of fundamental part of demonstrating our confidence in the future growth of the company. And we're continue to sort of buy back stock to avoid dilution from executive stock grants. But when we do all those things in the way we have in the past, typically we still generate excess cash, and we're building a stronger cash balance on our balance sheet today. And we do think with our valuation, the special dividend is probably the most effective way to return excess cash because it keeps flexibility if we want to invest more in capital expenditure in the future as well. What I'd say on special dividend is while our cash balances are back to the levels that they were pre the last special dividend, I think it's important to remember that, to achieve a similar yield to last time when our stock was at $660, the cash would need to be greater. And so we'll continue to review the question of special dividend with our board, but there are no plans that we could share at this time around a plan for special dividend.
Helpful. Thank you.
And our next question comes from the line of Kelly Bania with BMO Capital Markets. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking our questions. Wanted to ask first if you could just talk about the pharmacy category. A lot of moving pieces being called out by some of your competitors there with the maximum fair pricing, and just curious how and if that impacts you. Doesn't look like it, but maybe would just want to confirm how you see that going forward. And then just bigger picture, wanted to follow up on the media question and the advertising, and was curious if you would maybe size up that more specifically. I think, Gary, you said meaningful amount, but just curious how that looks today, or even if, not specific on how it is, just maybe relative to where it could be over time. Any color there?
Sure. Thanks, Kelly. On the pharmacy side of things, yeah, we've had tremendous success with our pharmacy business. I think you've heard us say on a couple of the previous earnings calls that the team's really focused on how do we make sure that we're delivering not just the great value that we always promise to our members, but improving the member experience too. So we've added some new AI tools to improve our in-stock positions on pharmacy, and we've also made some digital enhancements to make it easier for the member to check out at the pharmacy to speed up the experience there as well. So we've seen a strong growth in pharmacy, and you may have heard me say in the prepared remarks that the pharmacy business grew at a faster pace than our total sales, which was part of the sort of reason for the disconnect between the core-on-core margin improvement and the core margin overall. I would say we will have a small impact as a result of the change with Medicare and the pricing of the drugs involved there, but nothing that I would call out to think about as a material headwind for us in terms of our top-line sales results as we see it today. And I think on retail media, I think really, we do think it's a significant opportunity, Kelly, but the reason we don't really size it is that it really comes back to my final point that, that there's tremendous opportunity for us to capture more value, we think, and to help our suppliers actually improve the return on their ad spend. But our focus will be very much on how do we use those dollars to deliver more value back to the member and drive top-line sales. So sizing it for us would be more how much value can we create for the member and drive greater investment in our members in the value that we offer. And you would see it more in our top-line growth as we're able to achieve that growth versus it being sort of a major change in our margin profile, I would say.
And our final question comes from the line of Zihan Ma with Bernstein. Your line is open.
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask about the international expansion side, specifically China, where growth seems to have stalled a bit recently, where I'm sure you're facing some pretty strong local competition and Sam's competition as well. Curious how you think about your business model fitting in a market which is highly e-commerce driven, and what learnings you can gain there that can be applied to the rest of the business as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't say it was stalled. This was more by design, the way we have, opened up the first warehouses, very customary to what we've done when we've gone into every other country. We get in, we open up some warehouses, we learn about the culture, we learn about doing business in that country, and then we're on a good, steady growth pattern from there. We see great opportunities in China as we did before we went into the country. We're very pleased with our business and how we're growing. We feel we can compete with anybody in the country as we do internationally. So I see good things coming for us in China, but it will be customary to our normal growth as we have done that around the world, as we've built out Japan and Korea and Europe, the same customary way that Costco grows in these new countries. So we're happy with China. It's growing nicely, and there's more to come in the future for sure.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our question and answer session as well as today's call. We thank you for your participation, and you may now disconnect.
Wow. Thanks so much, Costco. Wow. Did they get rid of the hot dog? Is that why? I wasn't here for that, if that's what they said. That's their staple. Oh, all right. I was just wondering because multiple people were talking about the hot dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity dog. Well, exciting stuff. I think it's time to get up out of here. I don't think there's anything else to talk about. So, I guess I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I don't know how exciting of a stream tomorrow will be. Fridays are generally not that great, so I guess we'll see. But appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Hopefully we can continue to do this. If not, I don't know. Skip it, go do something fun. This is fun for me. This is what I like to do. It's just sometimes it sometimes it just seems like a waste, but I don't know. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, maybe I won't. Most likely will. But either way, you guys have a good one. Appreciate you supporting the stream. And I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.